Hey. So we'll get this show on the road. Good morning, everyone. Call this February 10th. First, I'm going to leave audio. I'll call this February 10th, 2025 meeting of Jefferson County Board of Commissioners to order. And anything before we get going, you guys? No?
Nope.
Nothing but the agenda. Okay. So as we do every morning, we will start with public comment. If you're in the room with us, you can raise your hand and we will call on you. If you are joined us online, you can raise your hand that way in the Zoom room and we'll bring you over. We'll start in the room. And who in the room would like to make a public comment?
Well, okay, yeah.
Maggie? Anybody else in the room? So I have, okay, great. Good morning, Maggie.
So back in October at the Housing Coalition meeting, we had a discussion of something called the preponderance of need, and we were talking about when folks would feel exposure to hypothermia at what temperatures. And we were trying to convince people that we should get people inside at temperatures that were higher than 33 or 36 degrees. So, you know, people know, and then you recited back to us the, I don't know, federal rules or state rules from, you know, something called a preponderance of need. And that's when, like they say in a preponderance of evidence, something is more true than it is not true. So in King County, when the snow hit in January 2024, 12 people died from exposure from hypothermia. So it is more true that the colder it gets, the more people are going to suffer from exposure, and especially people who are vulnerable. So when behavioral health, recovery, discovery, whoever's in charge of giving out outside tents, they show up with tents that are like the equivalent of giving someone a tank top or a t-shirt for weather that's going to be, you know, 23 degrees. It's you know. And so I take it when somebody recites me the law, as you did, Greg, preponderance of need, that the government is saying you're required to help these people. And you're required to, you know, make sure they don't die of exposure and hypothermia or suffer adverse health effects. But then it's, you know, it's hard to go into the shelter because of the Legion and the noise that can happen when they're partying up there. But also there's masking tape on one of the toilets. So we don't know, is the toilet out? Is it not out? Are they saving it? What happens when the ADA one goes out? If they both go out and you guys are in a declared emergency because of the weather and you brought in extra people, what's going to happen then? Where are they going to go if they have to use the toilet? So, you know, preponderance of needs. So you're required to think about all these things and to, you know, do better. I mean, people need 4-season tents if they're going to be outside. And yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So I know that John and Shelley, is there anyone else who's joined us in the room? Jean. Sir, do you want to make a public comment?
No.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, you can change your mind, but I'm just trying to get a sense for how much time we have. John, come on up.
It's also printed out up here showing the table.
Morning. As you know, John Holbert, I'm the project manager for Pleasant Harbor Master Plan Resort. I'm going to give a letter to the board from our chairman today. And he clearly states in there that he hired me 18 months ago with one goal, and that was to get us past the 18 years of frustration to development. And I have not been successful. we don't have a development permit yet. And that's caused all the concern that I talked to you about already. And thank you very much. We've had 3 really quality meetings with DCD and staff since. However, actions speak louder than words, and there's still a high degree of frustration. I don't have a problem with any of the people. I think they're doing everything they can. There's a structural process problem here. The way the DCD job and permit review is structured, it's a problem. We're required to turn in everything under licensed engineer stamp or geologist or hydrologist, everything. The county sets those things aside routinely and substitutes staff opinion or contractor's opinion. They can't get their job done without going out for contractors because of the level of review. And I don't think that it's something that the county PCD staff can change. I think this board has to change the job description over there. Because I'll give you an example. When I bring $500,000 worth of civil engineering in, and the county consultant decides to substitute a $35,000 review of that, and then the work is so incomplete and so off target that the county on review withdraws it. The whole problem with last June's invoice and why we couldn't pay it was because the work was withdrawn, but we got billed for the consultant's work anyway. And that's been the whole root of the dispute resolution. We are now sitting against a preliminary plat application that has a published value, published cost of $10,377. We've been charged $170,000 for that work, and I've spent almost $500,000 on consultants' fees trying to meet this consultant's requirements, and I can't get it done. So consultants, or I mean, developers look at this county as undevelopable because this process is so lengthy. And I think that it would be very helpful if the board would review this and realize that when the staff substitutes their opinion for the licensed engineer's work, you're probably taking on the liability. I mean, you need to talk to your legal people about it. Our time's up. I'm going to give you guys a copy of what I just said, but also Mr. Mann's letter. And the key is seriously calling into question the viability of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally.
Good morning. As you all know, I'm Kelly Arnell Brennan. I'd like to start off my comment this morning by saying I hope you can hear me not as being adversarial, but passionate in the cause that's important to me. Is why I'm here every Monday. Week after week, I listen to your meetings, and almost every week, too many to miss for sure, you have executive sessions regarding potential litigation. I don't pay any attention to other counties, but this seems excessive to me. Have you ever stopped and thought about how that might appear to your constituents? That week after week, you have to spend time with a pretty good sized group discussing all the things you might be sued over. There's a pattern here in my eyes. For a minute, let's talk about a current event that's on your table. The use of unqualified consultants hired because Jefferson County Planning Department is unable to do their job. Planners not planning, no coordinated set timeline for arguably one of the largest projects in this country and this county, probably among the biggest in the state. A couple of examples I think are important to this story. The consultant submitted requirements to the developer that after much unnecessary work and money spent were discovered to be from a code in Jefferson County, Colorado, not Jefferson County, Washington. The same consultant company appears to be advising groups opposing the resort projects of places they can look for information and people that they'll want to reach out to. I'll give you a couple of examples. She says, you can view some information about this preliminary plat request in the preliminary plat application. Look for the SEPA checklist and the modular construction document. Modular construction is regulated largely by Washington L&I, and you will eventually want to reach out to them. I don't think anything's been submitted to the state for review at this point, though. This appears to be an obvious conflict of interest. How can you allow your consultant to represent both the developer and their adversary? How does this happen unchecked? Also, why is the county months behind on billings to the developer? So much so that they're perpetually in violation of the staffing agreement. I've heard it said that each of you and the county as a whole support this project moving forward. But here we are 6 years after a settled lawsuit, obstructing, delaying, and charging the developer without giving them hope of a chance to move forward. $31 million and almost 2 decades in the works and a settled lawsuit. Why does it continue to move so slowly? It's time for the good of Brennan and Jefferson County to get this done. Thank you.
Thanks, Shelley. Jean. Anyone else in the room who'd like to make public comment this morning?
Hey, we have a new microphone. Good morning. I'd like to put a bit of definition on what the county is missing out on while we drag our feet just as slowly as we possibly can over these years and decades. Yes, decades. This development has been attempting to move forward for 18 years. Where are we today? Well, so far, the developer has paid BCD $700,000 for services, and they still don't have a single building permit to show for it. This figure doesn't even include any of the consultants' fees they've paid to support BCD. Those, let's call them services, and figures are very concerning, and I don't have time to tell you about that in 3 minutes. The sales tax paid on just the first building, which will be used to construct the modular homes, just the sales tax was about $30,000. That building remains palletized on site and awaiting a building permit since October 2024. A $1 million building sitting on the ground, which will be assembled by a local contractor if that elusive unicorn building permit ever comes to fruition. Cotton Ready Mix will do the concrete, local electrical contractors will do the power, HVAC and other aspects of the construction will all be done by local contractors. Just imagine all the work being prevented right now. We're losing out on over 150 jobs in hospitality, entertainment, golf course management, grounds and building maintenance, manufacturing, healthcare, pharmacy staff, restaurant staff, and other services and recreation. Additional jobs in the small business retail shops are not included in this estimate. We're losing out on recreational opportunities like ice hockey, a climbing wall, golfing, go-kart track, indoor shooting range, sports court, and other games and sports, 2 pools, and more. All of these facilities will be open to the public. We're losing out on housing, lots of housing. There will be 214 single-family residences, nearly 350 condos, 52 staff housing apartments, nearly 300 hotel and motel rooms, and let's not forget all that sweet outback money. We're missing out on the property tax, which is costing a fortune, which we have, I guess, decided we don't see any sense of urgency to capture. These measly property taxes would amount to a mere $2.6 million in lost property tax annually. Over 18 years, that is almost $47 million, and that makes me smile. I bet we could fix our dilapidated national park access roads if we had that money in the general fund. The question Jefferson County should be asking is how can we help the developer move faster, not how do we put up hurdles and slow it down. The county needs to get out of the way before we follow in Lee Ellen's footsteps, put on the gas, pedal to the metal, full steam ahead. Considering what our county is missing out on while this project is jeopardized and sandbagged, yes, I would like to see a weekly update with status report from DCD to the county commissioners every Monday. Wouldn't you?
Thank you, Jean. Anyone else with us in the room want to make a comment? Okay, if not, I'll make a call for comment online. I see a couple of hands going up. If you're online and you want to make a public comment this morning, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're on the phone, you can press *9 and you'll be brought over for public comment. We'll start with Julia and then go to Ed.
Good morning. I have COVID, so I'm not going to give you a visual.
Sorry.
So I agree with what Maggie's saying. We're dealing with extreme weather. And I'm also feeling that Bayside has been sort of set. No, I'm not speaking well. I think the county needs to support Bayside in keeping the shelter super functional as far as like the toilets, which are very complicated apparatuses in that building. And things like that. I am heartened to see that many of the weeks ahead, there have been signups for meals. That's excellent. The other thing I just wanted to mention is that, for some reason, Mom's Laundromats is not taking the county vouchers again. And the last 2 months that this happened, it cost the Winter Welcoming Center $2,000 because Dove House and the Recovery Cafe withdrew their support because they couldn't afford it. And we just go forward whether or not we can afford it, because that's who I am. And so anyway, I'm just, yeah, if somebody could check into like what the hell's going on in that world, and warmer tents, and help Bayside figure out the plumbing issues of the American Legion, would all be awesome. And I hope you have a good day, and I hope next Monday I am better.
Thanks, Julia, us too. Hope you get better soon. Ed, you'll have 3 minutes for public comment.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ed Bowen, West Jefferson County. Of course, my request today is an update on the South Shore Road. I've given up on the Upper Ho Road. That's gonna, if you want to update on that, that'd be great. But South Shore. So last week, when I reported in, I think I gave you a pretty good detour suggestion, and it was my understanding that county staff was going to go take a look at this and hopefully get photographs. I heard one of the commissioners suggest. So I haven't heard anything, so I'd like that included in the report today. But my report out to you is, well, there's a good chance they didn't make it up there because we got this white stuff out here. And I would dare say I haven't been up there lately, but the roads are just starting to clear enough, safe enough to get into the upper elevations. So, but with that said, let me throw on the plate. Why is this so important for you to join in with the park to get a temporary solution? Do note that the park has had on the books, not publicly outreached, at least I haven't heard of it, and I'm pretty good at keeping tone, something called the East Fork Quinault Trail and Enchanted Valley Overcrowding Planning Project. And apparently they've been having this go on since way back in March of 2024, and that's going to sunset here for public comment on February 28th of this year. And basically my mix is, it's basically a survey to get your camping experience. It's not a, it really doesn't get into the Graves Creek Road or the South Shore Road, any of those components. But it looks like another mechanism for the park to put something out there that they are doing something, but basically in my vision, they're closing stuff off. And they need to come up with a solution, a short-term solution to the South Shore Road detour with using the North Shore Road. So I would advocate you look into that. I hope you have a good report for me today. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ed. Anyone else with us online wish to make public comment? If so, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're on the phone, you can press *9. Not seeing any other hands go up. So I will leave public comment open for now, but would you care to do some responses on what we've received so far?
I'm just trying to capture the follow-up needed. So, so many of the comments today are about one thing. So, well, a few things. We've got 2 or 3 things at least going on here. So I think I'm going to keep my comments pretty brief. One, for Ms. Mitchell and for Julia, we have had a couple of conversations since you brought this up with public health and talking about where we could find the additional resources. So we're putting out some, you know, everything from, is there public health money for this, and or are there just outreach to companies who may have stock that, you know, that they could provide. So we'll keep working on that, and these are really important issues. And I just want to address, just because I had been originally involved in the shelter coalition, and as you know, I was involved in getting the new shelter set up. That when you talk about preponderance of need and the reference to that, Ms. Mitchell, I mean, I feel like it's all just semantics. What we need to do is just address the need. And when I was involved in those conversations at the Shelter Coalition, what I really saw happening was, yes, we need a blue flag policy. Those can be replicated from other shelters. They tend to be based on what public health is doing, and public health went back, reviewed what they, what they felt like they were, was meaningful for their overall public health mission at 32 degrees. And I have to that Bayside at the same time, and I think I'll have to check with OLICAP for next year, as they will probably be taking on that shelter operation. But at the time, they said, really, we're going to put the choice in the hands of the staff. If they feel like it's if it's not hit 32 degrees yet, but they feel like people need to come in, they should open the doors. And I think that's the right thing to do. I also really like Ms. Cochran's approach to, I think we need to reach out to Bayside and see what kind of support they need. I know that those toilets are really complicated, and they may need some support. So I'm willing to reach out, maybe partner with you around that to see how they're doing and what they may need. I think that's a really good approach. And with regard to all the comments about the master plan resort, I think, I'd like to explore whether there's an opportunity to just review all these comments in detail with DCD, sit down. I know that when I've talked to them one-on-one, they have a lot of concerns about the fact that this is such a complex project. It is opposed in some respects by part of the community. So I'd really like to hear from them and understand what the opposition is, and talk about, how we can get to the point where we can move forward. I think everybody does want this project to move forward, at least. Well, we'll qualify that. Clearly, everybody does not want this project to move forward, including some who have opposed it publicly. So we need to understand those things and move forward. And if we could sit down together and review this, I'd like to, is there an opportunity, for example, to have a workshop where we can actually work through some of these things? So I'd like to talk about that. I feel like it's just time to sit down and I think I just want to acknowledge too that I saw certainly in John's face, and I can see it in yours, those of you who spoke, that there's a lot of pain. This frustration is people's many years and livelihood, and I think that deserves to be acknowledged. Any other thoughts, Mr. Bowen? I haven't been working directly on the roads project, so I too look forward to hearing what the options are. I just know that our roads team is working so hard, and legislatively, I know that we've been trying to find resolution here. So I like the idea of regular updates, and I'd like to explore more how that tool can be used. Is that something that we put on the websites? Is that something we do here where there are requests from the public for regular updates on certain projects? So I'm interested in exploring that idea as well, about how to provide updates so people don't feel frustrated that they're not receiving information, but those who are working on it aren't overburdened with updating, in a way that creates additional work and keeps them from being able to move forward on the actual task. So maybe we can have a conversation about that. That's all I've got right now.
All right, thank you everyone for the comments. Agree with what you said. I'll kind of go through the big topics. On to Maggie and Julia, you're right. We have been working on the blue flag rules for extending hours of the welcoming center and the emergency shelter. And a big reason they didn't want to move it from that, I think it's 33 degrees, is because once you start looking at any number, then the number of days that we hit that is far more than we can afford to extend the hours. So it's not practical, but we have added to the blue flag policy basically that goes out to all the shelters. Explicitly, as Heather said, any emergency shelter can say, hey, we're at that situation right now, and kind of turn on the emergency floodlight to make sure we connect those services. It's 4 season tents are expensive, I would love one too. It's great if we had unlimited resources. We're struggling for, even the basic resources. I'm not against it. I just, I would encourage people to come inside where we still have room at the American Legion. And we heard, again, and they're fully staffed at the emergency shelter again, finally. And there is room. And what I've heard is that the American Legion does have events on, Fridays and Saturdays, but it's still 5 days of peace, after, a reasonable time and some disruption, I understand. I will look into the laundry vouchers. I mean, we can offer the laundry vouchers, but we can't force mom's laundromat to take them. So that is, that's dispiriting, and look into that and try to understand what we can do to make them accept those vouchers.
Right, is it not enough money, or they don't like people there, or what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Thanks for.
Yeah.
bringing that up.
To Mr. Bowen, I reported out to the Olympic Peninsula Tourism Committee last week on Thursday, so did talk to Eric Kuzma again, Thursday morning. Bill was unable to go out because of the snow that had referenced, so we don't have any newer pictures or really new information, but there's some deadlines that I got too from Optic that I think that we can try to hit, which is, finding out what concrete, when we get an ETA, we need to share that with our stakeholders in the tourism industry as well. Deadlines coming up, April 15th is when you have to buy backcountry permits or backpacking permits by. So there's some times, and they are definitely seeing impacts to bookings in the summer already. So while we don't have a lot of residents impacted by these outages, the quicker we can get some insurance, the better. I'll let Heidi speak to funding. I think that, we're taking every tree for funding opportunities. And unfortunately, the national park, which was going to be at the meeting on Thursday, and I was going to push them about the North Shore Road, but they did not, because of the snow, we're not able to join at all. So I did not get a chance to interface with Sula. But yeah, we keep looking at it, and, Public Works is working on it as hard as they can,
It's actually a really good idea to encourage or involve tourism. I hadn't thought of that, so.
Yep.
Oh, they're involved.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're very
that's
involved.
great. Good idea.
And to John and Shelley and Jean, I kind of thought we were in a better place. I guess John stepped out, but we've been working hard to build back the relationship between the permitting agency and Statesman. I haven't seen the letter yet, but I'll look at it. And I saw too the concern in John's eyes, which I hadn't seen for a couple of weeks. It's an administrative process at this point. It's not, do you want it? Do you not want it? We all want it. We recognize the boons that will come to the community and the county from this project. There were, we didn't win every aspect of that lawsuit, and we're not doing the campaigning on our job, because we do have to not do it as fast as possible, not do it as slowly as possible, but do it the right way, and do it in a way that can be defensible. You can always campaign against that, but it's not the county. The county has not been the only organization that has slowed this down. So to put all those delays on the county is to speak out of one side of the mouth, because it's just, they're not the only agency that has slowed it down. Statesman slowed it down, lawsuits have slowed it down. Statesman didn't come in until what, 2011? I mean, so there's been a lot of things. This was originally part of the sub-area plan of Brennan, and half of Brennan is often been very opposed to it. I think more people are supportive now, and I think that we need to do everything we can to move it forward. Shelley talked about executive sessions and that we shouldn't do that, and Jean talked about lawsuits and clear them, and just know that we are paying attention to this and trying to do everything we can to help. Everything that we do to work on this and to make sure that it is done as quickly and defensively as possible. Not always done in the public eye, but we're just not, we don't trumpet it from the balcony, because our role as the county right now is an administrative role to make sure that this third NPR in the entire state is done defensively and responsibly. It's, you know, you have 2 prime shellfish beds, you have multiple tribal interests, you have a group actively opposed. Let's get it done right. That's what we're trying to do. When I hear it politicized, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't make me less supportive of the project, but it doesn't make me more supportive of the project. It shows me that folks with one side of the story are really sharing one side of the story. We want to make the project move forward. Whether we have more workshops, I know that no one wants to like Festivus about the NPR every Monday, and that's what it would, I think the fear is that what it would devolve into is, well, what about Jefferson County, Colorado? And you know, it's not, we have made mistakes, the county and the consultants, we're not perfect, and we're trying to straighten it out. That's why we went back to the table, and the last that I had heard had really made inroads into moving forward in a constructive way. A developer at any point can pull the plug. That's what they have every right to do that. We want to make sure that they don't. We are not the only input into their decision-making matrix. And yeah, I guess I'm committed to continuing to do what we can to move it forward, but I'm not going to stand here and say, oh, well, if only we did it differently, it would move faster.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things going on. This is a big, complex project that they never go slow. You know, we're also considering, do we extend the development agreement for the Port Ludlow NPR, which is not completed yet and is 25 years into initial build out. So these are long projects by their very construction.
Thank you.
Appreciate people's thoughts.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment because no other hands went up and we're past 9:30 now, but I'm not gonna add a lot. I am not the commissioner most involved in the Pleasant Harbor Master Plan Resort, but I can totally get it where the frustration is coming from on all sides. Now people are saying tribal consultation doesn't need to be a thing, and that frustrates me too. So we're getting pulled from every single direction on this. So if you think your perspective is the right perspective, come talk to us individually and hear all the other people we're hearing from. But I can totally understand that some people feel like this has been slow played. And, you know, I've lived here since 1981, so 44 years. So for almost half my life, this project has been talked about, almost half my life in Jefferson County. And, you know, it's gonna happen someday, soon, hopefully. But the sewer also took a long time. Anyway, so I wanna address the preponderance of need and the tents idea. I'm gonna spend some time this work reaching out to North Face, because I know they have, you already did? Okay. I had this idea last week, I think in public comment, that I used to work for Outward Bound, and we would solicit previous seasons equipment for our school. And oftentimes these large companies would have these warehouses full of 5-year-old 4-season tents, or not warehouses, but you know, large quantities of them, and we could request those and get them for a much reduced rate. So that was an idea I had for getting 4-season tents, and it sounds like Commissioner Dudley Nolet's on it, so great. Do it. I think it's a great, and other companies too, Agnes, but I think that, there's a lot of generosity in the community, in the greater community. And we might be able to tap into some of that. I think it's a great idea, Maggie. The spark of the idea came from Maggie. And then on the roads issue, yep. So our team has been working all angles on the roads issue, and there's no resolution yet. But we've got people at the state legislative level helping us. We've got people in the Senator Murray's office, and Representative Randall's office being notified about this. So I'd say so far Senator Murray's office is the most involved, and some of our legislative delegation. I would say one frustrating challenge is that there's some finger pointing going on between the funding programs as to who's responsible for what. So we're trying to get the right people talking to the right people about the federal highway, the FHWA funding, which seems to be our best emergency response funds, seems to be our best option, especially for the Upper Hill Road. But it's just been frustrating so far. And if anyone has a great contact or a great inspiration of who to reach, please let me know, or let Eric Kuzma know. But people have contacted us with ideas, and we've pursued them, and then we reach us dead end with those. Another frustration is what's going on at the federal level with funding programs, and being told that, well, we're not funding anything in that area right now. And so it's kind of a perfect storm. And I hope it doesn't end up being a perfect storm of the summer season being shut down. So sorry if that's frustrating, not satisfying to folks. I did like Ed's idea of using the detour on the north shore road for the Quinault issue, but we need to get the Park Service to respond to that, because it's their bridge, I think, that's blocked with the ecology block right now. So we are tracking every single detail on this stuff. And anyway, so let's see, anything else? I don't understand why a laundromat wouldn't be taking the vouchers. So maybe we can call, or okay. Okay. With that, we will move on. It's the first time item. 10 o'clock. So we've got some time. Let's consider consent agenda now.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Anything on the consent agenda that anyone wants to call out?
Some big stuff. I mean, call out that interlocal agreement, pretty exciting. Like, Timothy School District is looking at it. They have their regular meeting this Wednesday as well. So I know that we're signing it before they've approved it, but I thought there were a few changes that I wanted, and then when I looked again yesterday, they'd all been corrected. So I think there was maybe an earlier version there.
Yeah, the prosecuting attorney's office has just done great work, and I'll just note for the public that they even, reached out, Ariel Spessor reached out to me to make sure that I was fully up to speed and could fully review everything and get feedback. And I just, I think the only thing I want to say about it is that I think that it would be really easy and understandable for the public to feel like this is just a signal that the county is trying to push this through without due process. And I just want to assure folks that I hope people have had a chance to look at the agreements and the RLA in particular, and note that there are easy and graceful ways to come out of this agreement if the project doesn't need to move forward. But I just want to assure folks, I have applied for this funding a couple of times, once successfully, once unsuccessfully, and I know that it is a requirement of this grant application to provide what's called site control, and this allows for that. And that's all it does. It kind of lays some foundation for us to have an ongoing relationship with the school district. If it were to move forward, it shows support and early planning, but it also allows for a graceful exit. And so I just think these are great tools. It's great planning. on the part of the prosecuting attorney's office and the county in general. So I feel good about them. I hope people can see them as positive, forward-thinking tools.
So you're talking both about the ILA and number 3, the delegation
the
to
waiver.
the waiver of conflict of interest. It's great that we can, do more with our prosecuting attorneys team to,
Yeah,
get this across the finish line.
good use of resources, shared, showing shared resources between school districts and the county by law, which is great. I had a couple quick questions. One, the advisory board appointments, not questions, but Robert Simmons appointed to the Conservation Futures Citizen Oversight Committee and Holly Morgan appointed to the Intellectual Developmental Disabilities Advisory Board. These are two incredibly qualified citizens or residents who are, stepping up to do this work. One who also has a full-time job right now, and one who is using their long expertise for our community. I just want to really call those two out. Highly qualified people, exciting to see those. I have two really minor questions. The resignation letter says both Mary and Mark Biscup. I think it's just a typo, and I think it's Mary, correct?
Mary.
Okay, so I just wanted to note that just to make sure maybe that.
Number 7.
Oh, the recommendation.
Yeah, number 7.
Mary.
Yeah, I think it says
11.
Mark at the end, Mary at the beginning and Mark at the end. If we could just make that correction before we sign it.
Yeah, these are local funds though, so no risk.
No risk, yeah, exactly, and it's, that's just a resignation.
Good catch, Commissioner.
No, it's my nerdy editing. There's one other editing issue that I think it's just an editing issue, although I may misunderstand it. It's number 10, the advisory board reappointment of Sherry Van Hoover, another incredibly qualified person who's adding her expertise. That's a 5-year reappointment, and it
Expiring
says
2 years ago.
Yeah, it says it expires 2 years ago. So, yeah, so I think it just needs to be 3/31/2030.
Okay, I'll reach out to Wendy. Does our reappointments.
Okay, thank
So
you.
I'm sorry, can you, it says Mary and Mark, not Mary.
Yeah, I think it says Mark.
Thank
not
you.
Mary. Yeah, that's.
The letter though is correct, which we don't scan in because of personal information.
Perfect, okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
Anything from you, Fred?
No, great to see the Old Gap ED jumping into IBDAB. And of course, Bob is fantastic. So yeah, no, good stuff and moving forward.
So I just want to call out the noxious weed item.
Oh, yes.
Sophie DeGroot wrote one of the most elegant agenda requests. I'm gonna read the statement of issue.
I love this.
Noxious weeds have no care for political boundaries. Jefferson County is home to a number of weeds that are crawling their ways towards Clallam County. Partnering with the Clallam County Noxious Weed Control gets more boots on the ground to stop these weeds from crossing the county line.
Yes.
So I just went,
And down below the analysis.
no, it
is
just keeps
equally
going.
About partnership.
so if you ever wanted to dig into consent and have a smile on your face, I encourage item number 2 on the consent agenda today.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you, Sophie.
Poetry award of the day.
Thank you, Sophie.
Good call, Commissioner. It was a great agenda request.
And then, I'm excited about the partnership with the Chimacum School District, and I think they're really excited too, so it's
Win-win.
it's a win-win. And I was just gonna say about a couple of the advisory board appointments, I was thrilled to see Bob stepping up for Conservation Futures. Can't think of anybody more qualified. And then Sherry's for re-upping for the library board. It's been a challenging season at the library the last year or so, and I was surprised and glad to see her re-upping for another 5 years, so thank you, Sherry. Okay, I will entertain a motion.
I would move to approve the consent agenda. Do we need to call out number 7 and 10 with edits?
So I noted it in the minutes that you had a correction to those, so the letters themselves are fine, so. Great, you don't have to.
I would have moved to approve the consent agenda.
I will say number 12 is also misnumbered, one of the scriveners there. But with that, I will, with the scrivener's errors, I will correct it. I will second that motion.
All in favor?
I,
Aye. Okay,
where did you see
You
that?
check 12, it says 1, 11, 10, 11, 1.
so 12 on mine, but I
Oh,
read
it's 12 on mine too.
Oh, really?
Oh, online it doesn't?
Online.
Oh, you know, when I have to bump down lines when I add
Oh,
PDFs on AV capture, so I must have accidentally hit a number off.
gotcha.
But yeah, it's correct on the.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
okay. We still have about 14 minutes until our first timed item. Maybe I have a couple of things to walk on. You want me to do that later this afternoon? How's our afternoon looking? Oh, legislative updates.
Yeah, I had one thing too that maybe we could.
Well, maybe I could just share this letter that the Production Alliance asked us to write
That's the
an
one.
invitation letter, which I have on our letterhead. Worked with Zach on that.
And we put it into Laserbeach this morning, so.
Okay,
It's available for the public to look at.
Okay, so I can share it. Did they ask you to do this too?
No, actually, I was gonna talk more generally about how we want to respond to their offers around how commissioners can be involved.
Okay,
So in the summit itself,
okay.
so this is related.
So this is a letter that we were asked to write as an an invocation to the community to attend the connectivity fair, and it was drafted by our partners at the Production Alliance, and I think it's good, and put it on our letterhead, and now I'm having a hard time scrolling down, but let's see. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There's the letter. And
Great.
The connectivity fair or summit?
Summit. They
Summit
changed
this year.
the name of it this year. Yeah.
We put it in the Laserbeach for fair.
I don't know, I'm defaulting to old.
Yeah.
Names.
I think that's great.
Okay, anyone, I would entertain a motion.
There was a
No, there's a typo?
There's a typo, it's, I mean. I don't know how
Typo
important these
where is
words
it?
are, but just the last paragraph around our community's pressing issues that.
Should be possessive.
Possessive, yeah. Again, I'll always defer
that
to you
it?
guys. I think it has to be,
Why?
Y''S.
We only have one community.
Oh, good
You
point.
could,
You could say it that way, absolutely, either one of those would be, I think you could go the other way, Heidi, I think it's more
More
inclusive.
The way I
Yeah,
had it,
yeah.
the way I had it.
Yeah, with the apostrophe at the end, good point.
Yeah, I don't think we have just one community. Okay,
Yeah,
And I'm sorry, who are we sending this letter to? Everyone?
they're gonna send it to the, as an invitation to the
Okay.
event. They're gonna use it as an outreach tool.
that's lovely.
So we're approving this letter for.
The youth by the Production Alliance to recruit attendance to the,
I will move that we approve this letter to be signed by the commissioners for soliciting engagement at the connectivity summit.
I would second that.
all in favor?
We should take public comments this week.
Oh, good point.
Any public comment? On the connectivity fair invitation letter, connectivity summit, sorry.
Yeah,
Any,
We'll have it set.
not seeing any hands go up in the room, not seeing any hands go up online. Okay, I'll call the question, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll print it out and get it. Let's see. Print it.
Yeah, and my companion walk on to that is just the message that they sent to us on Wednesday with options for us to be involved, so I just wanted to have some conversation about when we can and can't be there together and all of that.
Right, I had a subsequent meeting with Zach and
Okay.
Danny, on Friday. And they're gonna send to you the results of that meeting, where we're, like Greg.
I got invited, yeah.
One of the TED Talks, on AI, we're gonna invite you to
I've
spearhead
been
that.
invited and agreed already, so.
Yeah, and they
So
reached
they're gonna
out,
kind of assign us to things.
they reached out to me on Friday as well, and I have a list of
Okay.
duties. Great,
You don't have to cook for everyone at the connectivity center.
I don't think so.
I don't think
But Danny might spool that up.
Oh, sure.
Love power.
I think largely, if you went to a high school football game, all three of you could be there without
Right,
having to
yeah, we're not
notice a
doing-
meeting.
Okay,
And you enter the building and mingle and whatnot, it's not a meeting of the board.
okay, that sounds good. I would really like to attend the youth summit and get some of that input, so. We'll talk.
Yeah, and
about
I'm
that.
attending and staffing them, at least the Marine Resources Committee
Okay, cool.
table for a spell there, so.
Okay, great.
I think I printed that letter
Over
down,
there.
down the hall. Okay, let's see, what else do we have? Oh, I have a legislative update, but we can wait until later for that if you guys want. We could do some briefing.
I mean, again, you might break me in 10 minutes. Want to do your legislative update?
Sure. So, did I? Did we share this with these guys or just,
Put it online,
okay,
I think you might have got.
okay, so I'll just, share a few items where we were asked to take action. There was a bill. So at a couple of weeks ago, I brought back a briefing paper like this, the report, and I talked about a couple of specific topic areas that the Legislative Steering Committee was asked to kind of do a deeper dive into. This week, last week, we had a bigger conversation about supporting a bill representing a legislative effort to balance accountability with rehabilitation for individuals charged with misdemeanors. And in general, our staff, Brad Banks, who works on the behavioral health front for WASAC, was recommending a support position from the legislative steering committee members. So I did help in making the motion, and there was a long conversation, and then there was a vote which yielded 15 people in support, including us, and 10 voting against. But the ballot required an 85% yes for passage, so it failed. And I'm learning about the WASAC table, and it takes a pretty high bar for something to be supported by the entire legislative steering committee. But I was,
85% is a pretty high bar.
Yeah,
that is,
Super
yeah.
duper majority, I think that's
Yeah.
called, right?
It is super duper.
yeah.
So is there a process of having conversations prior to voting? Is
Well,
that
there was
kind of how you-
discussion. Yeah, there was discussion.
Just at the table?
Yeah,
I just wonder if those kinds of things maybe require more time of.
oftentimes
people
there's
talking.
not more time in the legislative session, right? And I mean, things are moving pretty quickly, so I think staff just thought it was maybe an issue that they didn't know where the table would go. Yeah, so and it was relatively close. But anyway, another issue that I reached out to our delegation, Representative Birnbaum, Derringer, and Senator Chapman to support was a councilmatic utility tax, and I was asking them to sign on as sponsors of the bill. There's a bill, House Bill 1702, which is proposing to implement a councilmatic county utility tax. So that would allow us the ability to tax utilities in the county from 1% to 3%.
Can I ask, you mean like?
Everybody,
For
PUD.
What are the utilities, electric, water,
Yeah.
sewer, fiber, that kind of stuff?
Telephone,
Yeah.
water, sewer.
For the, and
And
what's that revenue for?
it's,
It's not specified,
yeah.
so I assume it would be a general fund revenue.
Mhm. And currently, the state and the cities have that authority up to 6%. So there's interest in the county's family for us to have the authority just to raise more revenue.
Okay,
And Mark was doing some calculations and said it would be significant at the 3% level, even at the 1% level, but Wasac is full on in support of this, which was a little bit surprising to me, but it's one of their legislative priorities and they're barreling down the track with it. And so I just wanted you to know that I asked our delegation if they were interested in sponsoring it. Chapman did sign on support into the Senate companion.
And it's already happening at the state level, you said, or it's.
The state and the cities currently have the authority to collect a utility tax up to 6%.
Yeah, on my bill, for example, that'd be $70 over the course of the year. And if there are 10,000 people with a bill like mine, that'd be 700,000 just on the PUD.
yeah.
And the Public Utility District Association was not excited about this.
They weren't.
Right, you know, but counties are really feeling the pressure of decreasing revenues
Yes.
and trying to find any option to increase revenues for
Some other
counties.
legislation too.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a road usage charge. There's a property tax, 1 to 3%, lifting that lid, yep. So I did sign in pro on a couple of bills in the past 2 weeks. One was the public defense bill, which would seek to have the state pay their share of public defense. Currently, it's on the shoulders of the counties. Wasac has been really prioritizing this bill this session. And a lot of us signed in. I just signed in support. Another bill that I signed in support, because I was asked to, was Washington Conservation Action asked us to support a bill establishing a prescribed fire claims fund pilot program. So this is for funding to deal with prescribed burns that need to be fought,
Okay.
turn into fires.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I checked in with Chief Black first and before I signed that, and then we both signed in support of the bill.
Okay.
So it's got a pretty limited scope, but
Uh-huh.
Washington Conservation Action is prioritizing it. I'll send this out to you. We did, continue to work on our legislative priorities. Secured a bunch of letters in support of the Highway 20 Mill Road Gateway intersection. A lot of communication about the Hoh Rainforest access preservation and a lot of frustration
Oh,
there.
really?
Yeah, just,
Just the moving the state stuff.
yeah, or the flat funds. Yeah, no, we're really working on this
Reincorporating those.
federal FHWA emergency response funds as the good solution,
Yeah.
but just getting a lot of pushback about that. Not pushback, but people not accepting the responsibility in it. There are some interesting housing bills moving forward. There's a Lammard bill, it's called the Middle Housing Bill, Senate Bill 5471. Chapman is a sponsor, it's got traction, meaning it's moving forward in the legislature. There's companion bills, House Bill 1345 and 5470, allowing detached ADUs outside of urban growth areas, which I think we already do.
Yes.
But
We're already ahead
is
of
good
that
for
one.
the state,
Yeah.
and Wasac is supporting both of those,
That's when I was referencing.
right?
Uh,
House Bill 1480 expands so this is this allows counties to impose an excise tax for housing. And it's kind of sluggishly moving along, but I've heard that there's gonna be a committee day in the session, later in the session, to hear similar bills that have real estate excises, taxes, or other tax proposals to get at housing. And I haven't heard any updates about when that committee day may be, but if it gets scheduled, I'll bring that back to you guys.
Is that the one, the point that we identified, changing one line to allow this
Mhm.
excise tax?
Yeah.
Like San Juan
Yeah.
County?
Yeah. And there is a bill, House Bill 1480, that does propose this, but it's just kind of creeping along.
Should be for a bill. Remove line 5, 1480.
The local option sales tax on short-term rentals, companion bills have been introduced, so House Bill 1763 and Senate Bill 5576 will will collect a special excise tax of 6% for short-term rentals. That was a priority of ours. There are two approaches still currently at play in extended producer responsibility for recycling and solid waste. One is the study bill being supported by Waste Connections, and the other is the actual update of the REWRAP Act, and that's being supported by the solid waste managers.
It's a good one.
Re-wrap.
Yeah. O&M and increased access to vouchers for affordable and permanent supportive housing.
Hallelujah.
House Bill 1263 passed the House of Origins. It's in the appropriations. That one's on the move, I think.
That's fantastic.
It's got feet. And the last one is the preserving mobile home parks as affordable housing. There's a House Bill 1217, housing stability for tenants bill, which limits the rent increases to 7%, and that includes mobile home parks and other types of housing. And that's been exec out of housing is in appropriations too, so that one's on the move too. So I'll just keep watching these and coming back unless you guys are watching them, but.
That's legislature's listening.
And there's been a number of other things that we've been asked to take, people send us. There's a psilocybin, there's 2 pieces of psilocybin legislation. It pretty clearly mimics the action we took as a Board of County Commissioners a few years back. And I will send that one out to you later this afternoon.
Yeah.
I would love to support that, just to be
Yeah.
consistent with what we've done in the past, but I know that you weren't here when we took action on that entheogens. But I'll forward that out to you and may take action on that if it comes up in the next week or 2.
Okay.
And I won't be back at LSC until next week.
Okay, I think we should take a look at some of the bills that our fire districts are supporting.
Yeah,
too, and
yeah.
I think can't remember if I think I have forwarded to you that list that
Yeah,
Kern was interested in,
Yeah.
so maybe we could just kind of put an eye on some of those.
Yes.
And see where those need support.
The other thing is on the far horizon, I will not be able to attend the April. This is for you, Heather, my alternate. I will not be able to attend the April 2nd and 3rd LSC meetings.
Okay.
That's my mom's celebration of life, those 2 days, so I would love it if you could work that into your dance card, and I think you would really enjoy just getting to
Get to know the process.
being there in person.
Take a look at it.
And I can share with you a little bit about what that entails, but it's an evening thing on the 2nd and then an all-day thing on the 3rd.
Okay, great.
Okay, sorry to go into your time a little bit, Judy. So we're gonna move on to our finance director work plan with our esteemed colleague Judy Shepherd. I always love it when Judy's in the meeting. And
Very kind of you.
turn it over to you guys.
There's one thing I'll be proud about when I depart county service is creating the finance director position and hiring Judy to fill it. She's done great things for the county and she will continue to do so, as you'll notice when she goes through her work plan.
Well, thank you for those kind words. Okay, well, here I am again.
Feels like it's yesterday.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. And what I always like to do is do a look back on 2024 and kind of see what we did and what we were able to accomplish. So if you'll go ahead and go to the next slide, Mark, please.
I loved that slide, that.
I know, right?
rearview mirror slide.
Well, I had it in my presentation last year and I was like, I'm not changing it. Sometimes it's good to do things different, but going forward. So for me, doing the 2025 budget amendment was the first real front line on the budget. I mean, I had, done it in the past, but then, you know, it was really, that was a real growing year the prior year. Plus Mark happened to be gone that time during the budget in 2023. So, yeah, you were in Greece.
Spain, right.
Yeah, so anyhow, so it's been a lot smoother, felt I really had a handle on it. I've done some extra training on budget, with the GFOA. And so that is gonna probably come into play with this next year, preparing for 2026. So one thing I did this year is for the 2025 budget is I did the salary projections in Munis, which, it's gonna be interesting to see how that goes through the year. Because it actually took the positions, what they actually make, their step increases,
Oh, wow.
all their taxes,
So
and it's
your work is
all
done.
in the budget.
It's just, wow.
Yeah,
It
so,
used to be done on Excel spreadsheet.
yeah.
Right.
And you get one
Nice.
formula wrong and.
Nice.
Yeah. So, and a lot of work with the departments on what their positions were, showing them payroll, because when we implemented payroll, a lot was put into payroll during the implementation, because they didn't want to miss anything. So it gave me the opportunity to do a lot of cleanup, you know, are these valid positions, are they not, you know, just kind of go through the whole thing. So it was a very tedious process, but a very good learning process too. So was good to do that. Munis contract management, we rolled that out in primarily down in the BOCC for all the contracts. And then we're now rolling it out to departments. And so that's gonna be appeals, and when I get to my goals for this year, is getting it out to kind of decentralizing, everybody getting their contracts in, makes accounts payable a lot easier. So, yeah, it is definitely helpful. And
I'm
then,
sorry, to understand, I'm visualizing like the contract stays in the same place and we shuffle past it instead of the contract being around, is that?
right, exactly. So it's actually entering the contract into Munis, you attach the actual contract to it, but then there's milestones, there's data, you know, there's dates in there.
Right.
So when we know that something's gonna come due, we know when it's been fully expended,
Right.
instead of keeping, now Carolyn has an amazing worksheet. let
Oh,
me
yeah,
tell you. Have you seen it? And she's able to keep track of it, but you know, with worksheets, you're translating data from one place to
Right.
another, so there's always the opportunity for error, even in my own worksheet. So what this does is kind of cut that out, and like I said, Carolyn's done an amazing job with tracking this stuff over the years, so hopefully this is making her job easier.
Does this include tracking compliance tasks, basically?
Not necessarily, it's pretty much just tracking the dollars
The
for
dollars,
contracts. We can
okay.
set it up for more of that, so. As everything with
Get-
Munis, it's like get your foot in the door, start get the data in
Established.
there and build on that, yeah.
But otherwise, compliance is kind of still being tracked separately in the
I
magic
think so,
spreadsheets.
yeah, and we can, like I said, probably this year we can start that, at least with the BOCC contract.
That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah. And then the gravity budget book, oh, excuse me, I skipped one, continue to develop grants administration countywide. You know, and honestly, I have to give a shout out to Amanda Christopherson. This would not be possible without her in this position.
She's amazing.
She is, she does a great job of finding money and then getting the contract, you know, getting it through to the contract process. And she's just done a really good job, and it's been great to work with her. And what do we really want grants to look like? She's formed teams now of people within the county that touch grants, and is now updating those people and, you know, staying involved with their compliance. And so it's been fun to watch.
Cool.
And be a part of. And then the gravity book implementation. So, gravity book implementation. So this was a forward facing of what our budget looks like. We did 2023 because that's what we had when we started this last year in September or August, September. Right now, I'm working on getting the data updated into Gravity for 2025 budget and hope to have that soon. It's a little cumbersome.
Oh.
And it's kind of, it's one of those things, once you get in it, you gotta stay in it.
So is Gravity is a separate
software
budgeting
program.
software.
Yeah.
A presentation.
Presentation software.
Okay.
And then we're also implementing the monthly report side of it that Stacy's working on. So kind of a twofold thing, so, and I'd be happy to share what we came up with for 2023 if you're
I'd love to
interested.
see it.
in it.
Yeah.
Can you tell Heather, just, she wasn't here when we went through the process of
Right.
acquiring gravity, but can you tell her the
Yeah,
purpose of it and, you know, what the.
Yeah,
What they're doing.
Yeah.
separate from Munis.
right,
Right.
yeah, it's separate from Munis. Munis is great with numbers. As
Mhm.
far as presenting the data,
Ah.
we still have to dump it into Excel or dump
Sure.
it into something else to make it look good.
Uh-huh.
And my goal in budgeting was to create something that's forward facing to the community
Yeah.
that the community can understand. And, you know, what our budget should tell a story.
Mhm.
And we're not really there yet.
Yeah.
And so my hope is, so we take the data, we dump it into Gravity, and then we create a book.
Mhm.
And the goal of the book is to create more summary data, nice charts, you know, just more information that is useful to somebody from outside our county government looking at it. And so,
Clear to understand.
yeah, so that's the goal. And I see us getting there when we're working on the 2026, because my expectation with what's coming from the departments is gonna be a little bit different. I'm gonna be asking for different information.
Mhm.
So, when they do their narrative,
Mhm.
just a little, you know, consistent, more, telling a story about their department.
Mhm.
Seems like it's going the opposite direction of Munis though, where you're getting everything into one place in
Yes.
Munis and like, oh, well, I guess now we'll put it over here.
So it is, well, unfortunately, that's.
That's hard to tell.
It's hard to
Sometimes
do.
every tool, one tool can't do
Can't do
everything.
everything,
Yeah. But I mean, this really reflected so well for me in the finance meeting or the budget meeting that my first budget meeting where you were and Stacy were really clearly, you know, connecting and communicating with the department leads to help them understand what an important role they play
Mhm.
in that sort of team, that it really takes all of their involvement to be able to project this and reach this goal, so.
Absolutely, it takes a village.
Mhm.
And then, part of what I do is in collaboration with the auditors team. I'm continuing to oversee the auditors accounting team, not so much payroll, but more the, you know, grants administration, accounts payable and chief accountant. So with the 2023 annual report, again, no findings. Wendy Riddle did an amazing job. And, right now she's pretty much doing all of it. All I'm doing is review. So that's a huge milestone.
That's great.
We updated the travel policy, you know, we grew our payroll team to 3 people. And then, ESS viewing capability, which is the employee self-service, we're able to get your, be able to see your,
Stubs.
pay stubs, all of that. And actually, this
Accruals.
next for March, they received their last pay stub in February 5th. All the pay stubs are now gonna be digital.
It's
Oh, wow.
We're just gonna say paper, envelope.
Yeah.
fine.
Dude,
That's
So,
great.
Yes,
it's imagine
Um,
logging into ESS now.
I've already done it.
I know.
It's pretty cool. It's a neat tool.
And then, we hired our AP technician, our new hire, Courtney Wells, who's working out really well. Next slide, please. Okay, let's bring the next slide, next 2025 into focus. Okay, go.
Graphics.
Okay, I know, gotta love that.
A lot of gravity in this presentation.
So this is probably the slide I'm the most excited about. Okay, well, maybe one other thing. Okay, it's a countywide financial team growth. This is a two-layer thing. Okay, so what I've been wanting to do for probably the last year is create a financial team within the county of accounting professionals. People that are, you know, the Kathy Taylor, the, you know, Jim Mitchell, Thomas up in the treasurer's office. I mean, just the people that know accounting, okay? And bring us together as a group so that we can collaborate, help one another, and we kind of know what's going on. You know, accounting professionals have a tendency to get siloed.
Yeah.
Because we love numbers, okay? And we're good at peopling too, but we get kind of focused in that on the numbers, and we have to be, right? So this is an opportunity to kind of a peer support for this group.
That's so great.
And then the next group that I'd like to provide, put together is a mentorship group of non-accounting professionals that are performing accounting tasks. And where it's part of their job and where sometimes they just don't get it. They just need to spend maybe 30 minutes really on something so that they can fully understand it or understand what's behind it.
I think it would save a lot of time if they. Mentorship too, you know.
Exactly.
We'll have to do a line for pencils and a line for pens.
Yeah.
Well, and they learn what areas each of their colleagues are experts in, like. I love Excel, you know, a lot of people don't know that about me, but I know how to do formulas in Excel really well, and so you learn where the superpowers are. And so you know where to ask questions, family, right?
Yeah.
Table product.
So this is really exciting to me and to create some team growth within our accounting, countywide.
Yeah, job satisfaction, efficiency, accuracy,
Yeah.
all of those things.
All of that.
Looped together,
Yeah. Okay, so budget, there's a lot in budget. I spend a lot of time in budget, as you probably may know. We're looking to move to an annual budget. We're not there yet.
Okay.
But Mark has promised he's going to do the resolution for that or present for that.
Yeah, the requirement is that you make the switch at the end of a biennial cycle,
Okay.
Yeah.
which 2025 is.
Right.
It's 4/30 June.
Tell us the reason why. I mean,
Go back,
Well,
cause it's flopped back and forth a few times,
Well,
right?
once.
just once, yeah.
Yeah, we were annual, we went to biennial.
And now we're going back.
But there were some folks who didn't accomplish what it was intended to.
Still just as much work, and it was just kind of, I don't know.
That's.
yeah. I put a poll out there and pretty much, except for your smaller departments, it didn't really matter to them one way or another. But your larger departments that have bigger budgets, it really makes a difference to them, so.
Well, it's good to be nimble,
We
right?
gave,
Agility.
well, and the other part of it is, it's really hard to predict for 2 years. Okay,
It's hard to predict for 1 year.
and so then you're actually, when you're doing the budget amendment, you're going through that whole projection process.
Yeah.
Again, anyway,
So-
yeah.
Yeah, part of the issue is, down in Clark County, we had a true biennial budget where you got a budget at the beginning of the 2-year period, and what you didn't expend in year one carried over, and so it was a true biennial budget. Our budget, biennial budget, is actually 2 annual budgets.
Yeah, so you might as well just do annual budgets.
And I did talk to, there was a gentleman presenting at WFOA from the GFOA, and I went up and talked to him, and he says, you might as well not even bother doing it if you're not rolling the budget forward.
Right.
There's no, what's the real benefit for it, and then I started researching that. Kind of landed here. So a new process, budget process for funds, as I alluded to that with the Gravity software, we're gonna ask for other information from funds, but I'll start working on that probably March, April, because the budget call is on August 1st, so we have a little bit of time to work on that. And again, creating more meaningful budget content for the public. The GFOA has budget standards for budgets, and we kind of missed a lot of those, so I'm gonna start probably a process over the next couple of years, implementing more of that into our budget. And then one of the biggest thing, which is an area I've learned so much from, and especially from Mark, is staying informed on leading factors of the economy that feed into making those decisions for 2026. So between Mark and Stacy, I've just learned a lot of how to look and what to read and what to follow up on, and just to try to become more informed. So there's a lot. Okay, so Munis, we're gonna start exploring job cost, asset management with the departments that are interested in doing that, primarily public works. We're gonna start training again the departments to use contract management throughout the county. And then continue to refine and streamline processes, and I'm already starting to do some of that work. now that we're on Munis, we've been in Munis Financial for almost 3 years. We know what it does, we know what we're doing, it's solid, we have no findings, you know, all of that. Now we can start saying, okay, what can we do better? And so there's just some processes that have been on the back burner to resolve and try to make it cleaner. Okay, so next slide, please.
That's such a good example of how these processes take time.
They
And
do.
they're still really worthwhile and, you know, can continue to grow after you kind of get that foundation, but.
Mhm.
But it's remarkable really to stay on something as diligently as you have for this 3-year process of to get there, because I bet it's felt like a slog.
Yeah, there was just a lot, there was a lot. I mean, it's easy to try to jump in and wanna do it all at once.
Yes.
But then there's no way, there's no way to do that. And so again, it's just building blocks.
Yep, every large task is broken down to a bunch of small ones.
Exactly. This has been something that we've talked about, especially in the auditors, with the auditors team. Doing training videos, a training video for travel, a training video for a workflow approval for accounts payable. Munis how to, and start integrating, like especially travel and the Munis how to into our onboarding. Onboarding to me is super important. It's just kind of a passion of mine because we failed at it. Well, not failed. We didn't do it as good a job as we could have over the years, and I saw the fallout of that. Okay, and so one thing I've been striving to do is create a good process for onboarding, and I feel like we've accomplished that with the auditor's finance team because we've had to deal with it. So, but one thing that'll help, you know, if an employee is going to travel, they need to do the travel. They need to watch the video, okay? It's like if they're gonna do cash handling, they need to watch the cash handling video and take the test, right? Same idea.
Yeah, cool.
The Munis how to, been asked a lot for this, so we'll work on that as well. And then the workflow approver, that's something AP will do, so, also. Oh, look at that.
We're coming for.
So, personal goals, I actually made some notes on this, cause I was
Like
like,
more.
okay, what am I trying to say here? Okay, so I see myself as a trailblazer. And the main reason for that is, as Mark said, it was a new position here at the county and we didn't have anybody. And I was doing some of this work as chief accountant, just because I just fell into it. And so, so professionally from personal goals, you know, it's taken a couple of years to really figure out what this position should be doing. Okay, and some trial and error. I think the biggest thing is learning to stay within my wheelhouse.
Everything that crosses your desk.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, CHG was a good example of that, although I was in my wheelhouse for that, but it kind of was this opening of Pandora's box that I didn't prepare for. I thought we were just trying to make an important decision, and you know, you learn from things like that. Some of what I may do will change when Mark's gone and we have a new county administrator. I'm preparing for that, but I'm also, everything I do right now, and what I'm getting involved in is setting us up for whoever's gonna follow me too. You know, I wanna create a good foundation for this position. Right? And so that's how I look at what I do. Is this something that is important and should be, you know, just part of what this position does? I think about that a lot. Personally, I've gone through a lot of change over the last 2 years. My life has drastically changed over the last couple of years. So I've been rediscovering myself and my own personality and, you know, who I'm supposed to be and how I was created to be. And so it's kind of fun. Not dwelling on regrets of the past, but moving forward and living my best life. And so personally, I like to talk a little bit about personal goals because sometimes we make it all about the work, right? And so I've always talked a little bit about personally. And so I've grown a lot this last year personally and professionally. And it's good. It's exciting. I love what I do. I you know, there's days the peopling, okay, I'm ready for numbers. I've had enough peopling for one day. And so, yeah, so I really like what I'm doing. So I'm happy to answer any questions if any of you have them.
I just want to comment that, thank you for a couple of reminders. Which is one that anytime we step into a new role, it actually is a great way to approach things, to think about succession. And to think about planning for, and that's not a signal that you're
No.
planning to leave or that you're not committed to the role or whatever. I've actually had that conversation with a couple of people. Chief Black was one of them, where he was really just saying, I think I see a big part of my role as making sure that I'm putting systems into place that will be easy for anyone to step into. And I think that's just really a great way to approach a new role. Appreciate it, because that really gives sustainability to the organization. So it's just a great thing. I also wanted to just sort of lift up when you and I got to sit down and you were kind of just giving me, I think it might have even been right before I actually took office, right? We talked about, and I was asking the question that I've been asking as I kind of meet with different departments, which is, what do you need from a commissioner? How can a commissioner support the work that you do, and how can a commissioner get in your way? Right, that was something I'm really just trying to understand. And so I want to just bring up a really good conversation that you and I had, which is about remembering when to pull you into conversations when we're having a discussion about a new program or a new idea, or and so thank you for this, because it's also reminding me that we need to continue to remember to pull in that finance side, pull Judy in and say, okay, help us to fully understand the fiscal impacts of what we're considering here. So that sort of outreach to making sure we're getting all the voices at the table, and really a great voice for that.
And I'm happy to always run reports, give you what you need to be able to do your jobs and make qualified decisions. And so, because all of you don't have time to dig into, and figure out how to get it right. I don't even know if you have a lot.
I know.
I definitely.
I want it, but it's probably.
That's probably a good idea to keep us out of there. Mark says, yeah.
Find your place.
Right.
In the real house, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and
Well,
just thank you too for that, for sharing about your personal growth. That's a good reminder for all of us too, and for every employee to really, see themselves as a whole person and reflecting what you want to get out of being here. And so, thank you for being an example.
Thank you.
I'll amplify that and just say, I see the joy that you bring to your job, and it's pretty inspiring. So I think you definitely got your feet under you, and it's great to have you where you are in the leadership role. I think that it really fits.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
I love most how you show up as a human, Judy, on our team. You are really a big heart, and I oftentimes will be sitting in my office and your face will come before me, because I think you've really shown up as a colleague in a way that's more human than treating us like we're humans instead of, where the buck stops, or, the point of frustration, or I appreciate that.
It's important to pair that with the numbers to get that accuracy, that analysis, and also the human element. That's really that's how we will be able to do our work.
Gravity module.
There you go.
Well, I gotta say, as a board, you've been.
Yes, that is true. So thank you.
We should work. I mean, the audit, balanced budget. I mean, there's time for growth. We've gotten basics under control. Like capacity, planning payroll. I mean, these are all things to do that are real capacity for the finance department, and that's only possible because we really have a finance department now. Not just the segmented and siloed pieces of a finance department. And systemically, it seems like a real improvement that's been, as you start to distribute and create, groups of the accounting professionals from different departments, it's going to really, benefit the esprit de corps of the county as the finance department can inform the other departments as well. And
Yeah, that's pretty fantastic. I hope that, I wanna encourage staff to really take advantage of that, engage in that team building and see it as a real benefit.
Much like Sarah Melanson did on the HR side.
Great,
That's all I have
thank
for
you.
you.
Keep up the good work, Judy.
Thanks so much, Judy.
Thank you, Judy. Count the days to Disney World? Yeah.
Oh, we've been counting.
Yeah.
The days until Disney World.
And who's all's going since I have you?
It's my son and his wife and my two grandchildren, so it'll be just 5 of us.
Okay.
We get to do whatever we want, whenever we want.
You have like the VIP one, you gotta get the VIP tickets these days,
I
right?
have no idea, I left all that planning up to Liz,
Oh.
cause she's great
All
out.
the better, all
I'm
the
just like,
better.
Just tell me where I need to go, what I need to do.
Sounds like a great
Can't
vacation.
wait
right
for
there.
the reports from that.
Oh,
on
yeah,
pictures.
share some pictures.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
Do we have our opioid settlement?
That was taken from the agenda, wasn't it?
Oh, I printed out an old version, okay.
Yeah, we're not.
Okay. Okay, well, I have an old version of the agenda, so it is.
That's what I did last
time
week,
to
so I
follow.
learned.
Okay, so we can do briefing.
We also have a letter to our congressional.
Yes.
No set time.
Okay.
You can advance that.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, you guys wanna do that? What do you want,
Definitely.
what's your pleasure?
I would, I don't.
Either one, I'd like a little bit of conversation about the letter, although I'm in favor of sending it, I just want to talk about
Okay.
what else we're doing.
Right.
So that, I think that has some
Okay.
merit for a
Okay.
discussion, if there's time for that.
Great, I've got it up.
You got it up?
Share.
You want me to share? Yep. I did my clerk hire, Joe to make it him, I'm glad to.
I put everything in. There wasn't much in the first draft, but. I like how Mark said Heidi did some edits, yeah. It's,
It's interesting, because I'm seeing it.
It's. We're using my screen, maybe someone else should share it this time, I don't know.
Okay.
Well, no one's in the room, so it really wouldn't matter.
Oh,
No one's
okay.
in the Zoom.
Oh, right, no one's in the room, so I can share, yeah. that's true.
so everyone who needs to see it can see it on Zoom.
There you go, good point.
Why is it so small?
Just.
Oh,
because it's
yeah. There we go. All right.
Should open the version and
Ready?
ready to edit it.
I guess I'm sharing.
You're sharing? Oh, yeah, Mark's sharing, not me, that's fine. Okay, all right.
Whenever it works, that means you have to do any edits.
He's not gonna be able to edit on that.
Oh,
it's good,
baby
not-
capture, I can't.
Yeah.
Do you have the word?
I has the Word version, so maybe if
Okay,
we're
I'll
gonna
stop
do any
sharing.
changes.
Just what it's
Sharing.
Okay. I'm looking for it. Letterhead, blah, 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 blah. I save it as that. Where did I save it? I sent it as an email. Well, I'll open it because I will want to edit it. But now I have this weird, I'm having a word error message pop up on my computer since I got a new computer, so it actually might not work for me to share it. Word is not working on my computer that well.
Word up.
Let's see, I've got it up, I think, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah, wanna share?
I had pulled it up
Do you have the Word
over the
doc?
weekend, I have the Word doc up because I was just reading it from there, so maybe
Okay.
I could share it.
Yeah, you can.
We'll try everybody. Let's see, I don't think I'm I don't think you've elevated me to
Oh,
panelist.
you were out of the room when you hit raise hand again, there you go.
Okay. There's that. And then. We can go
Oh.
How's that? There it is,
Good.
okay. It's getting bigger, but it's not getting bigger. It said it was getting bigger, but it's not.
Well, there's a-
down there.
That's gonna make it.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so we've got, I mean, do we want to start with, I think the letter is good. And my comment, is, maybe complex. One is that I, spent probably like you all, the weekend, Friday and the weekend, really trying to actively pursue what are all the programs, that are starting to see an impact even in these early days. And it's, in my opinion, it's already very overwhelming. And so just to highlight some, Spring Rain Farm, had posted some very clear impacts that they're seeing, to their farming programs. I got to meet with, Chief Brett Black, of East Jefferson Fire and Rescue on Friday, and he sent me a message that we can talk about some really critical programs, that could, if perceives to be on the chopping block, that would lose East Jefferson Fire and Rescue upwards of $1 million, which is, would be devastating, completely devastating to East Jefferson Fire and Rescue. The Organic Seed Alliance sent me 2 programs that they are at risk of losing. Olympic Communities of Health, just anecdotally, I've talked to a few people, who work there, so I'd like to dig into where they, would be losing funding. And just so the instability of it, is really critical. And I feel like what writing a letter is fantastic. Absolutely write a letter, and I think all of our citizens should write letters where they're seeing impact, and having the board of commissioners write representing a bunch of residents, right? So let's write the letter. Absolutely, I would say let's send it. I think I'm more and most interested in what happens after this, and the potential usefulness of this, what we can do with this information. And it was interesting talking to Daniel Palethorpe from Senator Murray's office, who I know both of you are in contact with as well, and other aides, and legislators. And the reality that at the state level, and certainly here, at various local levels, and at the nonprofit levels, we honestly don't always fully understand where our funds may be tied to federal funds. And admittedly, at the state level, they're saying, we don't actually fully understand the impacts here. And I think there lies the opportunity, right? To use this, what's going on right now, to engage those conversations and maybe get people to the table to say, raise your hand if you are being impacted by these dollars. And if we can use this moment in time to make us more locally resilient, then we will at least come out of this crisis with a benefit. And so I hesitate to say it because I don't want to say, oh, hey, here's the silver lining and that makes it all okay. Public, I'm not saying that. I am saying though that let's run with this. Let's do more than write a letter. Let's really engage people in a conversation. So I'm interested in that. I'm interested in soliciting from members of the public, especially those who are creating, programs with their organizations that significantly impact and benefit our community, to hear, where are you being impacted? Can we know about those things? Can we make that, known information to the community? Can we share ideas about if those kinds of funding opportunities go away, what are we gonna do about it and how can we connect more? So, I mean, there's part of me that wants to make this letter more impactful by listing more programs. That would make it take more time, or we could just throw in some more that we know about through, a few days of weekend research. Or we can say, send this letter as is, it's a good start, it's important that it be timely. And then commit to doing that work locally to bring people to the table and to understand that. I think I just wanna leave my comments there and have a discussion.
And be most effective and, I don't know how to be effective and it's like so much unknown and also seems to be, like, I guess, to me, it seems like the end goal of this is, basically sharing the values of democratic party and kind of in the conventions of the branches of government, like when we, I think there's a lot of waste of the government, and
Yeah, this is
there's
not a
something
partisan
good,
issue.
some of the stuff could rattle out that's really effective. We don't, we're willy-nilly wrapping the program that we don't understand what the downstream impacts are outside
Just be
of Congress's ability to appropriate funds. It's like, wait, what are we, should we just go back to the state? I mean, Cascadia now, I don't know what the best, I guess I, to a degree, before Ruth came last week, I kind of was shrugging my shoulders and let's see what happens. Is there any positives? But seeing the impacts on the ground, I think we do, this is at least what we do. And what do we want our federal delegation do, I guess, is the question. And I don't know that we really.
Can you scroll down? Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, basically the end of this letter is the actions that we're asking for are pretty general. Please share your concerns and more importantly, work to convince your persuadable colleagues to reconsider their support for the president's objectives. So that's, that is one specific thing, rather than what appears to be knee-jerk actions. We would appreciate an organized and professional approach that considers the most vulnerable among us.
And the rule of law. I mean, I think that's worth mentioning there.
Okay, in what way would you mention that?
That considers the most vulnerable among us and our, it's not just conventions, but, checks and balances in our federal government.
So it works within.
And works within the bounds of a federal society. I don't know,
Good, yeah. Well, let's think about what we're trying to.
Rather than what appears to be, we would appreciate an organized and professional approach that considers the most vulnerable among us and acknowledges the checks and balances
Of the rule of law.
our 3 branches of government.
Okay.
That's
Yeah. That's good.
first time you
I know.
editing live on the screen, doing good.
3 branches of government.
I was just thinking that. I was like, it just occurred to me that.
Oh yeah, you're gonna start
All
stumbling.
these
Oh, you're
people
doing
are
really
watching.
good.
I know.
Also, I noticed that a hand went up and we are taking action by sending this. Do we want to take public?
I think we should take
Yeah,
public
it's
comment on this,
changed enough,
absolutely.
What?
Absolutely.
It's changed enough. So folks who are with us online, we will take public comment at the end of our group editing process here.
Yeah, before we approve this.
So we've agreed that we want to send the letter, right?
I think we send
As
a
a
letter.
start.
I would like to, I think it's so impactful that I would like to add Chief Black's examples. Just show this, see, he sent a budget summary from the November budget hearing. He says, you will note EGFR is spending more than we are collecting in 2025 by approximately $1 million. By definition, we are deficit spending. He's talking about East Jefferson Fire and Rescue. We made some painful cuts without impacting services to our community. Our reserves will help weather the storm for the short term, and we have plans to increase our revenue in 2027. He sent his budget public hearing special
I've
meeting
heard this from him
documents.
before, so
What's the-
what is it
So,
now?
just giving the context of that. He says EGFR accesses funds for emergency medical response and cares from two primary sources, the Olympic Community of Health and Ground Emergency Medical Transport, or GEMT. These are the two examples. Are accessed via Washington Department of Health, which are funded by Medicaid. If both programs were eliminated, that would be an immediate hit of $1 million to East Jefferson Fire and Rescue and our services. So I think that's a pretty important.
And I've heard
example.
some other ones over the weekend.
I have, yeah, so the question here is,
National Park Service has apparently frozen seasonal hires for firefighting.
yeah, I feel like it's
The
a
child
child
care
care
center,
more.
the USDA, I know, I just don't, I tried to have this rule in my head of a two-page letter so
Yeah.
that then someone might actually read it.
Yeah, so can we add a few more that are these big ones that are examples?
I think there are a lot of big ones
And
though.
keep it to 2 pages, knowing that this is just the beginning. And that this is just a sampling of big important things, or again, I'm fine with just sending it the way it is.
I mean, maybe saying, knowing that we're at the very beginning of this event, and you know, we also have nonprofits.
To me, it's
No.
the uncertainty that it's created.
Yeah.
Right,
Is.
and we talk about that
Yeah.
in the paragraph in advance of that.
Yeah. Right, and maybe just, this is just a small sampling of the ones that we've been hearing about, maybe that's all.
Yeah,
we need to say. A few of these programs whose funding is uncertain, right, so or a small sampling. Of the programs we've heard about, is that? Say anything more than that? I mean, we just, eligible, sorry, we learned.
Talking about our efforts with the bridges on the west end. I mean, those are like
Yeah.
absolutely reliant on
Absolutely.
federal dollars.
Mhm.
I'm not sure how to work it in, but those are like kind of very direct things, you know, in
Right.
partnership with the national park, we're
Yeah.
looking for the only funding that we can search for is federal funding and the uncertainty, I don't know, I guess I keep wanting to underline how much more challenging it is to look for.
Right.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. And also, to me, it's really important for us to highlight the ways in which this sort of like shotgun approach is so irresponsible and is not just affecting programs like, you know, that are DEI focused and environmental policy. This is our child care center. This is our fire and rescue programs. This is, you know, really like stuff that everybody should care a lot about. This is roads to the national park, exactly. So I think that's, you know. Awesome. Like this letter does that. The more important thing is what we do after that.
And I also think that the next paragraph is really important. Which is one about basically erasing
People.
yes, segments of people. In all 3 of the points.
Absolutely. Okay, well, again, I'm comfortable sending this letter without going in, you know, listing more programs, or we could add a couple, like the Child Care Center and East Jefferson Fire and Rescue and roads, you know, for example, that are not, you know, not just and political issues. Affecting every person, regardless of political leanings.
I guess the one thing I would add is just something about the roads, just because I think it kind of bookends it both and it's.
So we could add a sentence after that, 25 to 54 years, specifically. They're actively.
Working with our federal partners.
Working with our federal partners. To identify state, and I'm working with state partners too, but. Yeah, federal partners to identify, emergency.
I say just federal, we're looking for state too, but we're talking.
Yeah, to identify emergency. Funding to repair. Roads that access Olympic National Park. West Jefferson County. Would be W. I don't think so. Before the. No, before the tourist season begins.
Say washed out roads?
Yeah, very, yeah.
I don't think the important thing is the tourist season began, as I would say, and which is made double.
The economic impact, I mean, it's. What would you say, Greg?
I would say which is made doubly challenging with the uncertain atmosphere around federal funding.
We want to say anything about the 333,000 people that use that road to access the park in the season? Yeah, it's kind of a compelling number.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
sure.
Washed out roads that access Olympic National Park.
The Upper Ho Road, I would say the Upper Ho Road alone.
Sure.
Provides access. For over 330,000 people annually. To the Ho rainforest in Olympic National Park. Rainforest is one word. I think we're still on 2 pages too.
Let's see. Yep.
One more time through it. And that's the first paragraph also, we talk a lot about. To our first paragraph at all.
Executive orders issued by and their fallout.
Actions by the administration. Great concern.
And other actions by the administration, I think, yeah, I think after President Trump. Mark, you okay with these edits to your letter?
My letter.
It's George.
Okay. The door's not locked, we can try to come in, is it? Okay.
No,
It's not locked, I said.
he was cleaning.
Okay. Oh, George.
Should we make this specifically a new paragraph? That paragraph is just so long.
We have time, we have room.
Yeah. Keep going on and on, we got more. I even made the margins right this time. I think it's the first letter I've seen from us that have.
Destruction of data or the.
I would just like to maybe add, again, this is just one of many impacts that we're seeing.
I would say many impacts we're starting to hear about.
Yeah.
There are concerns, it's pretty anodyne too. I mean, are we asking them? Call them out a little bit and saying.
I mean, this is Patty, Maria and Emily.
Yeah.
They're working. I mean, I've
Yeah.
seen multiple
Yeah.
press conferences. They're,
Right, I mean, I do feel like.
that's why I changed the tone of this. I didn't think you at the beginning and end.
Absolutely, because I do see them working hard. So in what cases are you seeing knee-jerk reactions from our state legislators?
I think they're talking about knee-jerk actions with the administration.
Okay, great, because this reads a little bit like, rather than you state legislators having knee-jerk reactions.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think actions is appropriate,
Okay, that's,
because it's the administration.
there you go. I think maybe it's the, can we use something other than, sorry, deleting before I.
So I want to take public comment on this and we have 3 minutes before our next timed item. So are
Okay.
we okay with?
Yeah, can we just say, either irresponsible or reckless?
Reckless.
Yeah. And then,
Whatever you guys decide. I'm fine with.
yeah. That would be good.
Here.
Thank you.
Subject verb agreement.
Okay. So we're gonna open up to public comment. There are 2 folks who have raised their hands. If anyone else is with us online and would like to make a public comment on this letter we're drafting, please raise your hand. We'll start with E and then go to Jean Ball.
Make this smaller so people can see it on.
Okay, E.
Hi, this is. Sorry, I can't quite see when you're speaking. This is Elijah with Peninsula Daily News. I just wanted to let you all know in the room that at least from where I'm watching the meeting, the audio is chopping out pretty badly and fairly consistently. So if there's anything that can be done there, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elijah.
Because we have the extender in?
We don't have.
It's on the podium.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
Can we get confirmation from anyone else listening?
Let's Jean, can you unmute and let us know how we're sounding to you? And then you have your minutes for comment.
The audio has been unstable. I sent you a couple messages. It was first Heather and then it was Greg also. It's not consistent. It's kind of intermittent, but it is heavily weighted towards more distorted than less. And yeah, unstable audio. It was not that way with Judy. We were able to hear Judy just fine. So I don't know. Not my area of specialty. So I think that providing some of those impacts and the examples gives our congressional representatives tangible information to use to advocate for these issues. Just saying, hey, we don't agree with this and this is a problem for us doesn't help them to advocate for us. So empowering them by giving them specificity, I think is very constructive. I really appreciated these deliberations. I am very grateful to you, Heather, for requesting and engaging in the conversation to provide a better letter. If we're going to send a letter, we want it to be a good letter. And it was okay before, but what you've produced at this point in time is far better, more compelling, and emboldens, empowers our representatives to advocate for our issues. So thank you for that.
For the comment.
Wendy said it sounds good where they're at.
Can you bring Ruth over? Assuming our Gordon is Ruth. Ruth, you'll need to accept promotion to panelist. Or, okay, great. Ruth, you have 2 minutes. We can't hear you yet. You're still muted.
Thanks for teaching me about Zoom. You'd think I'd know. Anyway, I just want to thank you for this letter. I think it's a good, solid letter. It's what I asked you for a week ago, and I very much appreciate your work on this. And as a FYI, I'm listening in Port Townsend, and my sound is okay. Not brilliant, but it's okay. So I don't know where the problem is. It might not be at the courthouse.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Ruth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
I'm seeing no more hands up right now. I'm gonna close public comment and entertain a motion to send a letter from somebody.
I'll move that we send the letter as presented and edited here today to our federal delegation.
I will second that. All in favor? Aye. You'll notice I'm not moving or seconding anymore. I took some guidance from powers that be, so you guys have the job now.
Although there may be some times when
I usually just do it to try and move things along. Okay, so we are going to move on to our now, we're a little bit late, sorry, Ariel. For our 11 a.m. hearing on assumption of the Jefferson County Transportation Benefit District rights, powers, functions, and obligations. And I'm assuming because this is a hearing, we will take public comment on this.
Public testimony.
Public testimony, and
No testimony.
that was not listed on our agenda, so in the future, it'd be nice if we have a hearing.
Oh, so in the past, that's just, we felt like it was understood, but I can put public testimony.
Just so the public knows. Okay. Like there's a presentation. We're excited for that.
This is sterling material for sure.
You want to let the public know that we're gonna hear.
Oh, and we need to bring Eric over. He's with us as well.
Listening to presentation first and then opening up.
Yeah, so we're gonna have a presentation from staff. And then we're gonna open it up for public comment. Testimony. Ready?
Okay, commissioners, this is a presentation on the Jefferson County Transportation Benefit District Assumption. I'd like to thank Ariel for putting the presentation together and giving it to me to present. So the agenda for this presentation is first we'll talk about the benefits of assumption, then the legal basis or authority for the assumption, the process to achieve it, and then we'll entertain questions. So the benefits. Principally, the benefit is more efficient government because rather than having a transportation benefit district board, which was the county commissioners, and having separate meetings and having to keep separate minutes and having to have a memorandum of agreement with the county. When the county assumes, it just absorbs all the functions of the transportation benefit district. It eliminates the need for the interlocal. And just by way of example, 85% of the cities and towns that have established TBDs have assumed their powers, which is what we're recommending. So legal authority, everything is governed by RCW, in this case 36 Point 74, it discusses the assumption there has to be an ordinance. Well, first of all, we had to signal our intention to assume, and you did that earlier in January. And then an ordinance has to be adopted, completing the assumption, and that's what we're going to ask you to approve later on. So RTVD is coterminous with the county boundary, the unincorporated portion thereof. So it meets that requirement. And the commissioners need to follow the procedural steps that are outlined in 36.74.020 and 030 regarding a statement of intent to assume a public hearing and publication. And primarily, the board must find that the public interest or welfare is served by completing this assumption. And I think the efficiencies that I mentioned in a previous slide confirm that it is in the public interest to do this. And so upon assumption, all the rights, powers, immunities, functions, and obligations of the TBD become vested in the county under the Board of County Commissioners. So the process. Step one, intent, then notice, and then a hearing. So the resolution of intent to assume was approved by the board on the 13th of January of this year. Subsequently, the board approved the public hearing notice on January 27th for today's hearing, and then publication occurred twice in the PT Leader on January 29th and February 5th of this year. And at the hearing, the board must consider the assumption of rights, the benefits derived from the assumption, and hear from the public regarding those who might object to the assumption or those that might support it. Step two, adopt the assumption ordinance, which is before you today. I won't repeat the rest of this, but by approving the ordinance, the Transportation Benefit District Board become abolished, and memorandum of understanding between the county and the TBD will cease to have any real function. So, questions on that quick presentation?
Pretty clear to me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything that Eric or Monty want to add? Guys, since you joined us.
Nothing from me.
Eric. Assuming Monty's no, because it's being muted, so.
This seems like just not adding a layer of bureaucracy when we don't.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so if you have joined us to testify on this matter, please, there's nobody in the room with us, so it would just be you folks online. Please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Or if you're on the phone, you can press *9 and your hand will be raised and we'll bring you over. We are going to open a hearing on the assumption of the Jefferson County Transportation Benefit District's rights, powers, functions, and obligations, and the consideration of an ordinance that's before us today. So if I see Tom Tierce has raised his hand. If anyone else would like to comment, please use that raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Yep, and if you're have called in and you would like to make comment, you can press *9. Like I just said that, *9 on your phone, and your hand will go up and we'll bring you over as well. And then you'll need to press *6 to unmute. Okay, Mr. Tierce, we would love to hear from you on this matter. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, Tom Tierce, resident of Jefferson County. Yeah, this is obviously a good idea, fully in favor of this ordinance. Obvious cost savings, simplification of functions, and reduction of overhead. I just would also like to take this opportunity to comment in conjunction with the letter that you folks were just discussing about loss of federal funding. Our road fund is obviously heavily dependent upon the federal government. very large percentage of what we spend on roads comes that way. And if those funds are at risk, then the transportation benefit district should really consider immediately putting the additional tax on as a ballot measure, the additional 0.2% sales tax on the next available ballot, because we're going to need that money. And I have no doubt, frankly, that Washington State is going to be targeted as to be punished, let's put it that way, by the federal government's current stance. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Tiersch. Anyone else with us today who'd like to make a public comment on this assumption of the Jefferson County Transportation Benefit District's rights, powers, functions, and obligations? You can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen or press *9 if you're on the phone. Not seeing any other hands go up.
And no written testimony was received.
And no written testimony was received. Staff just told me. Oh,
Ball has her hand.
okay, we've got Jean Ball with her hand up. Jean, you'll need to accept the promotion to panelist.
Am I on?
Yep, you're on.
Just
3
full
minutes.
support. Just I don't, thank you. Don't need 3. Just full support, 100% behind this. Yay roads. Thank you.
Who are you and where do you live?
Oh, Jean Ball Quilcene. You'd think I'd know.
Okay. Procedure. Any other comments and testimony on this matter? Not seeing any other hands go up. We'll close the public hearing and consider deliberation up here. Anything you want to add?
Deliberated an awful lot. I appreciate Mr. Tiersch's testimony about the monies that come gas tax, I think, and connected with it, but also, you know, we know our transportation improvement plan. We had funding as the primary lever, and usually our road projects are about critical. Focused on that.
Well, with that, I would entertain a motion to adopt the ordinance before us.
Happy to move. I would ask for a shorter. Ordinances in the future, but I'm happy to move that we approve an ordinance in the matter of an ordinance of Jefferson County Board of Commissioners by which Jefferson County assumes the rights, powers, functions, and obligations of the Jefferson County Transportation Benefit District and amending Jefferson County Code, Chapter 3.90, Jefferson County Transportation Benefit District as presented today.
I will second that. All in favor of the motion on the floor? Aye. And opposed, passes unanimously.
That's what you
Thanks,
want.
everyone.
Hearing.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have time for briefing. Anyone want to tell us what they were up to last week?
I'm gonna go first.
Sure.
All right, with you guys, of course, on 3rd and then on 4th, I kind of was sick. So I had a little bit of a cold and worked remotely. So I did not participate in the point in time count, unfortunately, and James House from Bayside was gonna be at the caravan anyway, so he did that point in time count there. I was able to go to the shelter operations meeting and the shelter check-in, and you know, things going pretty well. As I reported earlier, they're fully staffed. They brought on someone else. We did hear from American Legion some concerns about that I'll follow up with. Did not hear at all about the issues with the toilet. I don't know if it's broken or what, but I will amplify that back to Bayside. That's why they've been, you know, so critical, is so we can take those issues and directly deal with the operator and have open conversations.
That's great, and maybe ask specifically, we're amplifying this back to ask what support you need, as opposed to fix a difficult problem by yourself.
Our next one would be next Tuesday, but we've shifted both the shelter coalition meeting and the shelter operations meeting to the following, the 25th, because of course, next Tuesday we're together after President's Day, and we're shifting our normal meetings. It happens a lot in early days. And then had a brief meeting with Superintendent Mock, everything going well. On Wednesday, I was going to meet Jessica Lowe from the Child Advocacy Center in my office, but that on Zoom because I was still under the weather. Learned a lot about the wide table that is large table that is already built around this, and can't wait to have the manifestation. It's great. You know, one of the added features is because it's already, you know, soundproofed and everything. It's a great room for interviews, and so I'm really excited to see that grow and develop. And talked a little bit about some of the outputs of some legislation about foster kids and how much the kind of downstream impacts of families, you know, even sometimes
Pluses and minuses.
yeah, it's pluses and minuses for sure. So it's challenging, but especially as they move into the house, that's when a lot of the problems, and the issues that we've seen that challenging.
18 to 54.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. And then I think because I was in on the Glen Cove project, and we talked a little bit about septic systems and alternatives. She invited me to that septic roundtable that they were also, recruited to do from the state, and Amanda Grace was there, and so heard their initial analysis, which was the same thing that we said. Yeah, there's not enough capacity.
Right, but that was the funding we were fighting for.
Yes. No, I took credit. I mean, we were there with folks from Pacific County and Wahkiakum County that have, feel like they've been preaching this into the wind to no avail for a while, and so they were really appreciative of the extra leverage that Jefferson County's voice brought to the issue.
I feel like it's making a little more progress as a result.
Well, yeah, but I feel like the result of the study is going to be the same thing as the cause of the study. There's not enough septic capacity.
That's it.
Well,
Or
maybe
now
that there's a study that will lead to funding to,
Right.
and that's the idea, is
yes.
then it progresses to a legislative funding solution.
Yes, no, I felt that there, I hope that that's true. I always use the wrong fork at the table.
We were assuming that was what would be the outcome of the study.
Yes.
I was at least.
Yes, there is a problem. That's what they're going to conclude, I think.
Like,
And then I guess I missed a meeting. Oh, no, I didn't. I was remote still because I was sick for the WUC, the Water Utility Coordinating Committee. We didn't, of course, I expected it to see this week, the contract with HDR, but I guess they're still working on it. But we had a pretty good scoping meeting with HDR, and the first thing that we're trying to do is, we have additional funding to DCD to do the climate part of the water plan for June. That's when that funding runs out. So we're kind of focused on that first. And so already kind of working with HDR on setting up some subcommittees that kind of do a little bit of the work in anticipation, set the agenda, get the data that HDR needs to get that work done by the end of June when that funding source runs out. Are going to look for those other pieces of money. Talked a lot about, $30,000 source water grant, and also a revolving fund that we might need later for design. Pretty functional group. Great to have Olympic Water and Sewer there. Jason was there, and he was really really helpful, and it's great that both the PUD and Olympic Water and Sewer have had previous contracts and worked with HDR, so everyone was pretty chaotic, but also I think ultimately very effective. Moving forward to make sure that we can hit those deliverables.
Great.
Then we did the EC Team Jefferson Board of Directors meeting was kind of frustrating, struggling to get our required at least 11 board members on board, and I don't know, it's just frustrating. I think frankly the nomination committee is kind of gatekeeping a little too much, and so they rejected 2 of the 3. Well, we had 4 applicants. 1 withdrew because it took so long to get through that process to the board. Of the other 3, they only recommended 1 to be on the board. We're desperate for board members.
This is a real problem. There's a history around it as well.
And I don't know, after a frustrated director left the meeting, the board suggested the nominating committee and just use the whole board. Oh, yeah, I know. And then, and I think we're gonna look internally initially.
Because why would you look outside for anybody, right?
Right, yeah.
Sounds like.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was a robust conversation as well. Then, let's see, met with Diane McDade, virtually in preparation. She was going to hit the village council meeting in my stead, as well as George and David Wayne. We're going to talk about the PR agreement. I had to circle back with David Wayne and George on the portion went, but radio show, you could probably speak more to it than I can, but I think it went very well at the council meeting. Pushing the survey. We had our AI think tank, which is growing, and it was great to have Sean Fredericks here for it. We did our first one in the chambers online to kind of test out the Otter AI ability to identify different people in a room in a hybrid setting, and it kind of failed.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll see how the notes wrap up, but one big output of that. Alyssa from the prosecutor's office that shared the Spokane policy for AI, and it looked like a much more workable and practicable policy than the other ones we've looked at, I mean, we've looked at a bunch of different ones, Seattle's, and had one draft, but this one looked like it was more what we needed from the get-go. You know, one of the challenges that Sean was talking about is like, Spokane one talks about specific platforms, AI platforms, but we don't even have control over phones. Like everyone has a different phone. I want an iPhone. I want an Android. So there's a lot of, as we heard during the work plan, right? There's a lot of just what you need. But that piece aside, Sean has taken on the task of trying to modify that Spokane policy for our next AI think tank. And a lot of people are, paying attention to it. It's just it's really starting to get into the public sector, regardless of how we want. Excited and time matter through it. This is not just times of building a system of putting the Dan's number onto the record automatically, just make it really easy to make sure that we're transcripts that but for the date and the Dan's number, it's kind of
Does IT say we have the bandwidth, I mean, the physical capacity to maintain all of the sort of high data record?
It costs. We went to the cloud, so it used to be that we were running out and having to We are, a robust conversation. Carolyn was there too, and records retention more than IT, working with different departments to make sure we don't keep redundant files or files longer, or especially longer than we need.
Right,
is
which would free
really
up space.
important.
for
Yeah, so,
others.
I mean, we have, when he captures running, we have 3 video recordings every 4 or 5 hours. Getting that down to just 1.
Yeah.
So it's, I think it's systemic. Earlier. Sophistication into understanding department by department. Yeah. And standardizing systems too, but that's a challenge. So then we had I could go to BOCC, so I could go to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, which was great. Great to have a joint meeting of the Board of County Commissioners there. I really appreciated us being there. The presentation was well received. I feel like there might be one potential PFD member on that Parks and Rec Advisory.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she seemed really like.
Just got some relevant subject matter.
Oh, yeah, like construction in county, so yeah, I'm gonna connect her and Diane.
She's great.
And I thought it went really well, and just to reiterate what I shared with you, kind of the path for it is next Tuesday's meeting, we plan to have a workshop starting to talk about the PFD, working on an ordinance for the prosecutor's office, and that path will end up hearing like we had today, so a little bit more robust than a resolution, which we could also do, which we can just pass without, public comment. And then yeah, I think really well received. There was some heartburn over losing the Chimicum Park sites, as they're very connected to the Chimicum Park and, H.J. Carroll Park and everything.
But it sounded like there was, sort of appropriate acknowledgement of the pluses and minuses and the reason for making that decision.
Yeah, so that was great, and also great to hear about the basketball programs, and Sam, the new staff member, seems like a real add. I mean, Chris has done like yeoman's work keeping that program, the recreation program up going, a staff of 1 for so long, but it's great to add 50% capacity, and it's amazing what you can do.
Yeah,
Great to have Sam on the
Parks and
team.
Rec Advisory Board is the board to be on.
It was good.
They have a lot of fun.
Yep.
Phil Hunsucker's complaining about sound cutting out.
Okay, so it's happening for him as
In the
well.
building as well. In the building?
He's in the courthouse.
I'm gonna try to unplug this microphone. I just get that.
I went down to hear it in the office and he heard just fine.
Huh.
Well, Phil Hunsucker's saying he's having a hard time hearing it.
I'm unplugging this guy right now.
It's a new owl camera though.
Right.
It's a new owl camera?
Yeah, it's a new one. And
I
then
didn't know that.
such a big center off.
Actually, yeah, that's the biggest change. I mean, it should be the same, but you might be able to turn up the microphone on, cause it's connected to yours,
I
right?
have it turned on all the
Turn-
way. I did
oh,
earlier because it was so quiet.
And and then I had the Jeffco Peninsula Trails meeting in the evening at 6:30 with Mary Lee and our own assessor, Jeff Chapman, and what's his name? I met him a bunch of times.
Don Willott.
Don Willott is very a wealth of knowledge, and just kind of talked about issues going on with the Jefferson County, and is very edifying in learning about the different uses. Talked a little bit about paving these trails and, the nexus of road transportation funds versus just trail funds, right? And like we're paving the section from Milo Curtis over to Anderson Lake State Park. And I'd heard, I think you got Ian's ride before too, right? Like when I did Ian's ride, kind of going in a wheelchair on sections of the Olympic Discovery Trail. The scariest parts were the paved parts where the tree roots were,
Right.
like knocking it
Breaking
out,
through,
right?
yeah.
And you feel like you're gonna fall over back.
Oh, yeah. I mean, some people did. So, I mean, when I was there, so just something to think about as we move forward. I'm not sure if the cost is significantly different. You know, you still have to do all the underlayment that a road or a paved trail would do for a gravel trail, but the Larry Scott Trail is pretty great. And rarely if ever paved, right? Or paved over by the mill, maybe?
Very small.
Yeah.
Is it great for wheelchairs?
Well, it's like we were talking a little bit that and like it's especially not great for a wheel, just a normal wheelchair, but you have to use like a
Like a road worthy wheelchair.
yeah,
anyway.
right. I mean, it's still a trail, right? So most of the folks that are going on it, like the one that I was on had pretty robust tires and everything. And I have a friend with accessibility issues that uses like a bike, basically kind of a reverse recumbent bike. I mean, great for that. So man, I don't know. It's a complicated question, but that was one of the things we talked about.
At those.
Yeah. And then on Friday, I was out most of the day picking up my wife from successful surgery, but did briefly, I was only on the phone with the Glen Cove monthly meeting and getting ready to kind of move forward with that in a series of focus groups. So we have I wasn't able to look through the documents yet, but they sent some documents out and they're getting ready with their preliminary reports that we want to kind of run by folks in small groups to get their initial impressions before we go to larger public meetings. So reach out. I have a group of 25 property owners in the Glen Cove area that I'd reached out to previously. So that's moving forward. And then one of the other, just kind of catch you up.
Can I ask you, is Atlas involved?
Yeah,
in
of course.
it?
Yep. Yeah. Atlas and Frederick's Electric, and Edensaw, those are like the big ones, and there's a lot of smaller companies. But yeah, absolutely got Jed in there. And then one of the other deliverables in that contract that we got some recompete strategy dollars for the Glen Cove work.
Yeah.
Is working on an MOU between the city and county on what an agreement might be if there was a UGA expansion or swap for that Glen Cove area to bring infrastructure out.
That's cool.
And talking to the prosecutor's office, they're like, we can draft the MOU. We have a template for that. You guys just need to figure out what are the details that go in it. So the one detail that I've pushed and then kind of promised the folks when I spoke with property owners was that any annexation comes from a petition of the property owners, which is the normal way for any annexation to come. And other than that, it's kind of cost sharing and what's the horizons for the county and the city for these things. So we'll have the first meeting this coming Tuesday that I will not be able to be at, to have both city and county, and SCJ is going to really act as kind of the broker as they hash out the details of what that agreement might look like.
You cannot be at that?
I cannot be at that, the first TCC meeting tomorrow, but if someone would like to join.
What time is it?
It is from 2 to 3 p.m. online.
I could attend.
Yeah, sure. I will.
What meeting is this?
Glen Cove.
Yeah, and that's in your districts, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna be in early childhood and behavioral health.
Is it a Zoom?
I really want to learn about this.
Google.
Okay.
Whatever.
No, I'd love to.
Oh, it is Zoom tomorrow.
I was, kind of tracking a lot of that stuff before the recompete. Team came together, so.
It's a Zoom meeting. I wonder if they're gonna record it. I'd love to.
They're not gonna record.
They're not, okay. Let's get an update from you.
That's my last week.
Oh, it's a busy one.
Heather.
I think I'll be a lot faster. Not, I had a few meetings that were canceled and moved forward, so. Monday was here, Tuesday was really just trying to get through some of the trainings that I've been assigned. I got to sit down with Lori Fleming, from, the staff for Behavioral Health Coalition, and just get her, she spent a good amount of time with me, just giving me history and background around the coalition and just trying to understand where she thinks things should go. in terms of the
Are you
relationship.
talking about the consortium?
Yes,
Behavioral
I
health
used the word
consortium?
coalition.
Yeah.
Yes, the behavioral health.
This because we're involved with coalitions too, just trying to.
Yes, no, you're right. It is the behavioral health consortium. And we were supposed to then go into behavioral health advisory committee opioid settlement subcommittee, and that got moved, but we did end up having it the next day. I got to listen in that evening, Wednesday evening, to the public hearing regarding the proposed short-term rental development regulations. Yes, so that was really good, I think, for me to just get some background. I wasn't gonna be able to do it because in another meeting that then ended up getting moved, so that was perfect. I got to listen in on that and really try to just wrap my mind around what the public is concerned about with short-term rentals.
What were you hearing? I'm curious.
A lot of short-term rental owners who you know, are really concerned about their inability to continue to operate. For example, you know, definitely a lot of comments about against the idea that we should require them to be residents of Jefferson County. They felt like, you know, there were several people who were outside this community operating short-term rentals as a place for them eventually to move to.
Oh,
They would want to, you know, that they feel like they can't afford to live here now, but this is a way for them to have property in Jefferson County, to steward that property, to make improvements on that property, and to gain revenue, and that makes it possible for them to eventually move here. So that was interesting. A lot of comments about, you know, that Jefferson County should be paying attention to the fact that we make money on those short-term rentals and in the form of taxes. So that was interesting. And then, you know, and then a very compelling argument from few, not the least of which, of course, Liz Reward from the Housing Solutions Network, with major concerns about the impacts of short-term rental on affordability and availability of first-time homes, and that we should be focused on everybody getting a first home first before people get second homes. So there's some very complex and you know, sometimes contradictory input. This is going to be a complex issue, obviously. So I was grateful to have the opportunity to really just listen in and hear about it, because I don't have all the experience that you all have. So that was good. I got to sit in on just the very beginning of the local homeless housing plan, the quarterly update that Department of Commerce gives, and just to kind of hear what their guidance around and input on what plans they're making for their homeless housing plan at the state level, and then how that will influence our homeless housing plan and affordability housing plan. I could only listen to the first half hour, because then I got to sit in on my first O3A COG meeting, which is the Olympic Area Agency on Aging, and COG for the public is the Council of Governments. So that was the local government representatives giving advice and guidance to the O3A agency. So I didn't realize how wide the region is that COG represents. So that was really good. I actually used to sit on a 3A in Utah, of all places. I ran a home health agency there, and was on the not the COG obviously, but the board of a 3A organization in Utah. So it was kind of old home week for me, which was good. And then we did get to do the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee Opioid Settlement Subcommittee meeting. And in that meeting, really, I got to hear a little more, but from the subcommittee's perspective and from public health's perspective, around the MOU, or the Memorandum of Understanding, or understanding that's being drafted between Behavioral Health Consortium and Behavioral Health Advisory Committee, which you both are familiar with, but the public may not be. We did decide to postpone. We did said you know what, this is really complex, it deserves a process. And everybody was really comfortable with saying, we're not signing this right now, we're gonna continue really gathering the information in order to make this an effective agreement, but
And is that why it was taken off of our agenda today?
maybe that,
Okay.
yeah, I that wasn't decided at that meeting, but I would assume yes, because it really just wasn't, actually, it was very much decided at that meeting. Yeah, I just wasn't making the connection. That was the next
Okay.
step, but yeah, absolutely. Yes, I think it just was not ready to be considered yet. There's a lot of detail and I think that has a lot to do with sort of the roles that defining the roles that these two different organizations or two different boards and committees will play and can most effectively play going forward. And not the least of that of which was the consortium, you know, the question of whether the consortium should continue to just to convene the various different organizations and bring them to the table for conversations about how they can partner together around behavioral health. And or do we add the complexity of the behavioral health consortium going out and actually applying for additional dollars that then can be distributed through an RFP process, like what the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee does? And does that muddy the waters? And if both organizations are distributing funds, how did the two communicate with each other and make sure that they're leveraging those funds? So there's just a lot of complexity around that we didn't feel comfortable one-offing and saying, you know, let's
And
get clear on how to.
I've told you that Steve Tharender's introducing a proviso for another 1/10 of 1% of funding focused on kids and families, supports for kids and families.
Yes, so then how does that go?
So
through
that
the
might be
Advisory committee
Yeah.
only, yeah, and so that may need to also be reflected in the MOU or could be, you know.
We'll see how it goes
Later
this session.
added, yeah.
Might take another session, but.
Okay. Okay, so that was good and really great for me to have had the opportunity to sit with Lori Fleming the day
Right.
before from the consortium to understand all the complexities. I then got to have a really great meeting with Carly Mishko, who is the new executive director from the fairgrounds. And of course, I got to meet her at the board meetings already, but just to kind of sit with her and hear what she's only been on the job for 3 months. And she's doing a great job of really, I mean, a lot of what Judy was talking about and saying it's taken me 3 years it's taken us 3 years to really kind of figure out the systems and figure out what needs to be put into place. Carly's up against that, obviously, with, you know, being the first executive director, a new role, in addition to coming out of a very, you know, contentious time with the you know, previous humans on the board and current people on the board, just really helping people to understand how to work together and how to move forward to employ this really critical asset in our county and within the city as well. So I think she's doing a fantastic job. I think she's the right personality as well. She has a really great sense of when to barrel through and create new systems and when to slow down and say, you know what, this one needs some tenderness and this one needs, I need to understand the complexities of this before I say we're putting in a whole new system. So I just was really grateful for that. We also had a conversation about the carnival, which I've had some really important conversations with, or important, not important, complex conversations about the potential for the carnival to come back for Rhodey, yeah. And it sounds like, you know, there are some good ideas coming to the table around that and potentially some new energy about how to reinvigorate the carnival, not only as a really beloved thing for our kids to do and that we all remember as kids and but also as a cultural kind of resource and potential new touchstone for our community. So I think there's gonna be some exciting conversations coming up about
I'm easy, all I
Carnival.
need is skee ball.
skee ball.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah?
I love
Just
skee
buy
ball,
a skee
yeah.
ball.
Sounds good, but it sounds like there's some potential for that. Either at the fairgrounds or, you know, some other location. There's certainly no decision that it would be at the fairgrounds, but they're open to.
And you talked to
thinking
Kate,
about it,
because
so.
she'd been having meetings with the city
Yes.
and the,
Yeah, Kate had just
Okay.
kind of preliminary touchstone
Okay.
about it with a commitment to sit down and really talk about it when she has time. I really enjoyed that joint BOCC Jefferson County Parks and Rec Advisory Board, fantastic. And you've already talked about that. Then I got to go into a special session of the North Olympic Development Council Board of Directors. After that, we spent an hour really talking about the critical federal funding that is absolutely at risk and on hold. Not just a question of whether it will be, but it's directly affected major programs with the NODC, North Olympic Development Council. So we were just talking about what do you do in the meantime, how to respond to this, all within the context of we don't know really what to prepare for because there's nothing defined, and that is, I think, just highlights what we were talking about.
did Karen talk about recompete and Greg? I mean, I'm just curious what you guys are hearing on the ground about recompete.
More up-to-date information.
Well,
on it.
I mean, mostly, I think you're probably more aware of the actual programs. What I'm seeing is that, my very first NODC meeting got to meet all these really great new employees that were being employed through recompete dollars to begin these incredibly impactful, beneficial programs who NODC is now unclear as to whether they will be able to continue to employ them. And these are, a lot of young people, young families in our community who bring great expertise. And so that's really what we were talking about the most. The NODC, Karen was also really talking about just brilliantly potential revenue sources that NODC has at their disposal and can basically offer to the community. They are offering grant writing skills, and so they're talking about stepping that up and offering that more fee for service as a way to replace very small bits of the revenue. It won't do much to impact, but they're talking about several different services that they can offer to businesses in the community in exchange for revenue. To
And they're
come
doing that
forward
for
up a little
EDC Team
bit.
Jefferson. They
Yes,
got
they
grant writing grants, and NODC is staff on that.
Yeah,
It's kind
so
of usually beneficial.
EDC is using some of those potentially.
And EDC is in the same boat where they've hired people for recompete. Their contract is lower than NODC. They're a sub-grantee at Peninsula College's workforce development. And everyone's just kind of been told, don't rush, no more questions for EDA. You'll get what you get when you get it.
Yeah, and there's just like, okay, well, we've got 6 weeks of revenue, of operational resilience, and that's about it. So not being able to plan beyond 6 weeks or to expect these brand new employees to stick around
Or move here.
or
We're in the
move
process
here.
of moving,
Exactly,
yeah.
all of this potential. I got to meet with Nick Walker, the finance and engagement manager for Economic Development Council Team Jefferson. Really great conversation with Nick. I've known Nick in other contexts, but not in his new role. So just hearing from him about what his work has been. I got to have just a shout out. I wish I had done this while Ariel was in the room, but a shout out to our prosecuting attorney's office. Ariel sent me, the materials that we were working with today and really just took some time with me on Friday to make sure I understood those, gave me an opportunity to ask questions. Just such a great team and such, those detailed documents that they bring in front of us. It takes so much work and research and writing, and making sure that all the Ts are crossed, and just so impressed with what they do. I then got to have a meeting with John Vizina, with Washington State Ferries, their outreach person to, he was just kind of filling me in on what it means for me as a commissioner to be the Washington State Ferries lead for the county, and just kind of filling me in on what we might be able to expect in terms of boats. Coming up this summer, he was hopeful that we might have a second boat returning, but we're not sure about that. So I'm excited to kind of really get in the loop of communication with them so that I can report out a little bit more. And then at the end of the day on Friday, which was a busy day, I spent a few hours with Chief Brett Black from East Jefferson Fire and Rescue, and one of his commissioners, Deb Stinson, sat with me and really just kind of got a sense of how that department functions and how they partner with us, and spent the end of the day, both Heidi and I got to see the Curating Empathy exhibit at Public Health, which was them closing down the exhibit by Eden Blooms on homelessness, unstable housing, and all of the voices from people who are experiencing that in our community. It looks like that exhibit is now going to go on to the what do we call our museum, the Museum of History,
Historical Society?
Historical Society's museum. Yes, we're gonna get, I think it's gonna get a little bit of a budget, and it's gonna get to be kind of expanded and made available for several months at the museum. So I hope people get to go and see that once it goes up. Good. That's my.
Okay.
Is that
Okay. Let's see. Of course, I was here with you guys on Monday. On Tuesday, I started the morning with a review with our team of the advisory group of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, reviewing the Community Wildfire Defense Grant that we've all been writing together. It's looking really good. Thanks to Mark for all of his work on the budget for that. And everybody who's grabbed an oar, I feel like it's a good longboat metaphor where everyone's got an oar and we're actually all rowing in the same direction. So it's gonna be exciting to see how that funding opportunity unfolds ahead of us.
Yeah, Black was very excited about that.
$3 million project. Funded through the US Forest Service.
Well, okay, well, fingers crossed.
So after that meeting, I had a good meeting with Lonnie Greninger. I had a long list. I had like 7 items to discuss with her. I'd been saving for some of them for a couple of years, probably the spiciest ones, and just had a really good, very human conversation with her and said, you know, what's the best way when we have questions to reach out? And she said, I said, is it fine to just start with you? And she said, it's fine. So
Yeah,
really good conversation with Lonnie. Then we met with Senator Murray Staff Daniel about the Poe Road situation, Eric Kuzma and I, and just the whole federal Highway Access Emergency Response Funds, and how we're getting this, the state and the feds kind of pointing at each other, like you have to start with them, you have to start with them. But Eric's doing a good job of navigating those waters, and I'm trying to not stick my fingers in the pot unless he asks me to, which we formed a good working relationship. And then in the afternoon, we had a meeting, our Straight Environmental Restoration Network local integrating organization, to talk about our hiring of the coordinator position. And this is where it became a collaborative conversation with NODC. NODC at that meeting said, we've hired these people, there's an unsure funding horizon. There's an unsure funding horizon for all the local integrating organizations. So we're moving forward with the idea of staffing the Straight ERNLAO with one of the NODC recent hires as an interim solution with the funding that we have for the Straight. So that'll get us through some months with that role. So this is being responsive and resourceful with what we have right now. In the evening, I went to the Marine Resources Committee meeting. Were we in person? No, we were virtual that night.
Because of the snow.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm not remembering a lot about that meeting, because the whole of last week I was pretty sick and still fighting it off. Wednesday morning, I left for Olympia and attended the Washington Association of Counties Board meeting in advance of the LSC evening event. So the board meeting, Paul Jewell wasn't able to be there, so I did the encumbered lands update for the WASAC board. Just kind of outlining what we had done as an encumbered lands work group and what was gonna happen going forward. And felt like that was well received and everybody approved the approach that the encumbered lands work group had come up with, and we're moving forward with that work. And
That's great.
yeah. So that was, I was kind of like put on the spot. I'm like, I can do that. I got this. So totally, I'm like, I was at every meeting. So everyone was like, great. So it was a really, felt good to have a purpose to be at the WASAC board meeting at that time. And then we had our WASAC Legislative Steering Committee legislator reception that evening in Olympia. And I would say none of our legislators attended.
Oh, yeah.
A number of legislators and some key ones that people were excited about attended.
Okay.
But the most exciting thing for me was seeing Commissioner Dean.
Oh, nice.
She showed up, so we got to check in for the first time since she's been in her role, which was good. And we're trying to formalize our little forest advocate cohort of counties. There's about 8 counties now who've said, you know, we want to be united together.
Right.
To work with the new Commissioner of Public Lands to try and find solutions for forest conservation and revenue for counties. And so to that end, there was a op-ed published on this last Sunday by me in the Seattle Times.
Nice.
Supporting Commissioner Upthegrove's pause for 6 months on legacy forest timber sales.
Okay.
And then I said very clearly in it that, you know, we want to work at finding revenue solutions. We're working right now on a solution in the legislature using the Cash for Counties piece of the trust land transfer program that I was part of developing. To try and actually put in front of the legislature the idea of using the Cash for Counties to get some of the funding that the legislature appropriates for trust land transfer directly to counties as part of that process. That's what Cash for Counties is. So we're actually proposing that in this session. Anyway, the next day I was at the WASAC LSC meeting all day until I got in the car and drove back and joined you guys for the joint Parks Board meeting from the car for initially, and then was able to jump into the meeting, which is great. You got to see how fun that committee is. And there are really a great small group of committed, hardworking friends and neighbors on that committee.
Really, volunteers going out and
maintaining,
clearing brush.
On Friday, I had a meeting with our trust land transfer lobbyists to talk about the Cash for Counties proposal, and then we're having a TLT lobby day on the 19th of February, which I'll be down there for. I'll just stay the next day around LSC. And then I went to KPTZ with Diane McDade to talk about the survey.
Still our song?
We did. I thought Scott was proposing it for. You need a swim song.
We just play it again.
We'll find another song.
In the back. Anyway, so and then came back and waded through a bunch of calendar stuff, and then attended the Curating Empathy exhibit at Public Health. And I think that's when we were all talking about, we just need to reach out to North Face and see if they've got surplus tents in a warehouse somewhere. Cause it's worked for me before, so Heather's on it, that's
Yeah,
great.
So far, I've just called, but I'll do some more.
And I'll
Follow it
in the week with the thing that was the most literally uplifting was in personal, we attended the pop-up circus toy shop, the Curious Toy Shop.
Nice.
And my goddaughter was the icing on the cake, she was the tippity top kid, she's small. So she was the tippity top, and I'm like, Alice. Anyway, it was a very uplifting performance. So,
Literally.
yeah, so that was the entirety of last week, and I would just say so far as a commissioner, last week was probably one of my hardest, just because of being sick the whole
Oh,
time.
that is.
And just having to slog forward, and I was running around the marble halls of Olympia like.
Days.
But,
Staggering around.
yeah,
Alice
I
in
got-
Wonderland.
that
Do
all,
we need to look forward, to KPDZ?
I think we'll have time this afternoon
Okay.
for calendar,
Mhm.
yeah.
I just mean
Also.
KPDZ specifically, I should probably look ahead. I know I'm on February 28th, but at some point, we'll probably get more into the regular.
I think we're coming up to the end of our, it never works to 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the cadence is.
Right, right.
Yeah, we need pretty distributed.
Okay.
Yeah. So if there's nothing else, I will adjourn us until when recess us. I always say adjourn, don't I? Okay, recess is more fun. I will recess us until 1:30 when we come back and go well, after coming back, we'll go immediately into an executive session.
Hear me, Carolyn?
Mine's just freezing up. It's on our.
Okay. Good afternoon, friends and neighbors. Welcome back to the February 10th, 2025 meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners. We are going to go immediately into an executive session with our county administrator, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, 2 civil deputy prosecuting attorneys, and the Department of Community Development Director regarding potential litigation exemption as outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I. We're going in at 1:32 and we will come out at 1:52. See you then. How about now? Oh, okay. Okay, we are coming out of executive session. And we are going to go back into executive session with our county administrator, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, and Department of Community Development Director regarding potential litigation exemption as outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I. We are going back in at 1:53 and we are going to take a little bit of a luxurious ride with this team and we'll come back out at 2:30. See you then. Here I am. Unmute.
Yep, looks good to go.
Okay. We are coming out of executive session and guess what? We're going right back in to executive session with our county administrator, our chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, our Department of Community Development Director regarding potential litigation exemption as outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I. We are coming out at 2:31 and we will be back at 2:45.
We are coming out of executive session and we will not be taking action. Brevity. Okay.
Holy cow, he lives.
Thought you were in Mexico.
I was thinking, I came to see the sheriff, that was what was going on with the sheriff stuff, but driving in, I thought, this isn't being recorded, is it?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh. Driving in, I thought maybe I could be someone that comes every Monday.
There you
You
go,
would be
yeah.
welcome.
Raises issues.
Love to see you. You
Yeah.
could be one of those people. We love that.
Already bored, that's what retirement does.
Always adding value,
Mhm.
Sarah. So, is Melissa with us?
We have a 3 o'clock workshop.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
she's
right.
got it.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
time, yeah. Okay, well,
Really?
we can
Calendar?
start with calendaring. Who wants to look at their
We haven't heard
calendar?
from, briefing from Mark.
Oh, yeah, we haven't had a briefing from Mr. Mark.
Okay, so I gotta go back to the previous week. Monday the 3rd, of course. BOCC meeting, and then I left early to attend an 18 meeting where we had an informal discussion with Nick Walker. Who's an internal candidate. EDC is considering making their new executive director following the departure of Cindy Brooks. The result of that was that we indicated that the 18 would be okay with that, but we would want a 6-month check-in to see if we needed a course correction. And then maybe have some discussions about the activities and the approach that EDC is undertaking regarding economic development. And so Greg, you already reported out, it seems like that's the preferred course of action, so I expect that to be the outcome. And then on Tuesday.
Is Nick the only applicant? Right now?
There's no applicant.
It's just an internal
But
candidate.
they-
Only internal
I think
candidate?
They asked everyone internally if there's someone else that,
Oh, okay.
including Patty and everything.
Okay.
Nick was the only.
but I don't think they've done an external.
They did not do an external search, and then they did a presentation where all of the staff suggested that path as well.
Continuity and
Okay.
avoiding disruption and all of that.
Yeah.
Okay, then on Tuesday, the 4th, a CWPP implementation meeting. Like Heidi said, I think the grant application is looking pretty strong, and Anna Christopherson exercised great initiative in my view by sending it to some DNR contacts to evaluate the grant language and suggest improvements, so that's great. Then at 9 o'clock, I have my senior management team meeting. And at 10:30, I'm sorry, my voice is getting kind of weird. Risk management committee at 10:30. And then at 11:30, there was a quick meeting with Stephanie Wright, Heidi, Eric Kuzma on the washed out road sections on the west end.
Great.
Then at 1 o'clock, I had a meeting with Judy Shepherd and Sarah Melanson and Brenda Huntingford regarding the coroner budget and deputies. There's some issues surrounding the coroner's budget and anyway, things that we need to work on. And then 2 o'clock AT meeting where we sort of did an after action review on the interview with Nick, and that's where we came up with our decision to support the effort.
What's the A team? Is that administrative team? It's like, oh, it's the cat.
You remember the beefy fellow with?
I absolutely.
You're
do,
VA
which is
Baracus?
why-
Yeah.
That's what prompts the question.
So we're the, I don't know if that's,
John Morris FaceTime.
yeah, it's been an 18 for a long time, and then I'm assuming that that's what it means, that we're
So is it-
superheroes.
County administrator, city,
It's Kevin Street, BD, Ehrenberg, Port, John Morrow City.
that's a great group.
Sorry, forgive me for not making that clear.
No, that's great. That
Previously.
gives me questions to ask.
Okay, then kind of a thin day. On Wednesday, which was really good because I was able to finish the budget narrative for the Community Wildfire Defense Grant, which took a little bit of effort. And then on the 6th, I had a meeting with Josh Peters and Brent Butler to debrief the planning commission meeting on short-term rentals and to talk about the coordinated water system plan. We're trying to get the city and the PUD to commit to paying their fair share of the cost of that plan update. And then on Friday, I had a quick meeting with Judy Shepherd and Philip Hunsucker on the opioid settlement. There's a component of the settlement regarding manufacturing, where we're not super clear on where that money's supposed to go, and so I think we're gonna come to the board with a recommendation on that, and that's why I wasn't ready for prime time. Then my routine meeting with Apple Martine, and then I met with Danny and Zach from the Production Alliance to go over the full schedule for all 3 days, with an emphasis on what we're looking for you three to do over the 3 days. And my sense was earlier that you've been communicated with, each of you.
Yes.
Sure that I've gotten a message, but I'll check.
And I just
might have
forwarded you something that came to me from Rochelle about the youth emphasis, so. Cause I wasn't clear what they were asking, and so she clarified that that was about the youth.
Okay, great.
Okay. And then at 2 p.m. I had my bi-weekly check-in with Sean Frederick, and that wrapped up my week.
Hey, well, then, no other questions on briefing stuff from before for anyone? Nope.
Nope.
Okay, so we can do,
As I go.
can do some calendaring. Got a few minutes, so
Yeah.
who wants to start?
Start. Let's see, I've got a scheduled call back to a resident tomorrow morning, and then Mark invited me to the meeting about the visitor center, the Gateway Visitor Center project. I'll attend that. There was an RFP with a quick turnaround. I think Jefferson will hear a little bit more about it, Jefferson Transit as well, about the paving design. And then at 11, I have the finance committee of EDC Team Jefferson, and then a bunch of conflicts, and I should let them know that you're gonna have to be joining at Glen Cove. I think I said forward.
Yeah, I got that.
It's great.
And then I will be doing our first newly reimagined tourism coordinating council meeting in the first 4 chambers. I gotta see if there's a screen that we can.
What's that gonna look like?
What's it gonna look like? Well, we're going over a draft resolution that repeals and reestablishes the tourism coordinating.
But this is the tourism
It's
coordinator.
the same group,
Okay.
everyone's invited,
Great.
the representative from the old alcohol plant has left her position there, so we need to get someone new from the old alcohol plant, someone new from Finn River with Christie's resignation. But yeah, go over that draft resolution with them first and go over the kind of the outputs of the interviews that I've had with all the members, except one that I've failed to schedule yet. So just start talking about the work.
Cool.
And then,
Real quick.
yep.
Resolution for TCC, you're gonna approve it in TCC or bring it?
No, it's for the board, but I'm gonna run it by them. It's been to legal already, so I'm just gonna share it with them before I.
It's one of those committees that was off our radar for a long time, and there's like, oh, that should be one of the boards that we pay attention to, so that's why I'm listening more.
Right, yeah, we've had a contractor kind of doing all the OPMA stuff on that, so,
Thank you.
Takes a village. Then in the evening, we have a special meeting of the EDC to interview the one internal candidate. On Wednesday morning, I have the Orca meeting, and then have let them know I'm not gonna be able to go to the Peninsula Trails meeting this time. It's probably my last in-person Wednesday class though, I think, for quite a while, so I'll be able to go to the next one. And then Thursday morning, I will go to the local Discovery Trail meeting at Finn River, where I think Bob from the Parks and Rec Advisory Board is making a presentation with Woods Horsemen. And then I believe I am attending the BHC meeting in your stead on Thursday. You had a conflict?
Oh, well,
Or do you?
we should talk about that. I was gonna attend BHC and not attend Clean Water District for this month.
That's fine. It's good to get up to speed. I think that's okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking with the, you know, MOU issues. Lori asked me if I would be willing to attend this first one, but I think we do have to figure out what we're gonna do with the ongoing conflict between Clean Water District Advisory Council and BHC.
Always come at the same time?
It always comes at the same time, so we could alternate. You know, attend, you know,
What time's
one
the-
and then the other.
What time's the Clean Water District meeting?
3 to 4:30 PM.
I can do it this
The
month.
13th. You can do it this month? Okay, great. So I think that's what we're gonna have to do, is that I'll probably alternate through and, and just,
There's usually an in-person option for those.
yeah, it looks like it's first floor conference room.
Can you share the calendar?
No.
Alright, and I will not go to that. And
Go
then,
to that? Sorry, I just.
I was talking BOCC, but
Okay.
just because I've been on that before. It's great. Then KPTZ, I am taking Scott Mock to talk about partnership with the school district on, fingers crossed, the new aquatic recreation facility. Gonna have to find a new song, but,
Sorry, I just thought, oh, great.
no, I'm kidding. Of course, I don't even like letting the guests choose the song, so it's fine. That's what I choose it.
Banjo.
Oh, no, they don't let me play out, because we actually have to switch with DJ Watt.
Oh, right.
I did, do one show where I did nothing but play the banjo.
He was touchy about that.
Yeah. And that is my week.
Tomorrow I have Peninsula's Early Childhood Coalition, so I'm gonna join that first meeting, which will be my first one as a commissioner, although I have participated in that meeting in the past, in previous work. And I'm hoping that there is some connection to the early childhood learning facility that can be made through the BOCC potentially. And then I have the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee meeting on tomorrow afternoon as well. I am gonna go meet on Wednesday with Christy Kisler and Shelby Smith from the Community Wellness Program. Both of them are interested in talking with me about food resilience in Jefferson County. I wanted to pick their brains on what they've already gotten started, and then figure out how I can support that. So I'm excited to meet with them. I'm gonna try to get some of my county online trainings done on Wednesday as well. There are many of them, and I'm supposed to I have a whole year to do them, but I wanna get some of them under my belt.
Take your certificates over there, Kristen.
Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Sounds good. I am participating in a training called Legislative Authority in the Office of the County Engineer, which is, I was really interested in it because it's a crab board training. So I wanted to kind of get an understanding about roads and how, the relationship is with roads. So that's actually a 2-part training. I'm gonna participate in the first one for sure, but the second one is on Friday, and I think instead of doing that second part, which I will review the recording, but I'm gonna meet with Wendy Bart on Friday, Heidi, about the early childhood learning facility, so she and I can prep for the following week. Great meeting with the Congresswoman. So on Thursday.
3:00 now, we have a timed item, so can you
Yep.
hold with the end of the week? and
Yeah,
then
let's
pick
do it.
back up.
Let's do it, because I
Okay.
wanna ask you both about other projects that we should be presenting to the Congresswoman.
Okay. Is Melissa with us?
Coming over.
Okay.
I don't know if I should bring over other individuals from the office.
She'll let us know. She's the only one listed on our agenda.
Yeah.
Hi, Melissa. Hi, Melissa.
Hello, good afternoon. And if you don't mind adding Philip in as well, I believe he was standing by to join.
Okay. Okay. Great. And then we have the good sheriff, Joe Knoll in the room with us as well. So if you need somebody with subject matter expertise, we've got that in the room too. Okay. So I'm gonna turn it over to you guys, but this is a workshop on appointing a sheriff, which the ball is now in our court. And we have started a little bit talking and thinking about this, but I feel like this is good to bring us into focus.
And
Yes,
I
I'm
don't expect to say anything, but Melissa's under the weather today, so I'm just here as a backup in case that's needed.
Even though you're not feeling well, Melissa.
Yes, sorry, unfortunately. Got a bit of a flu over the weekend, so I'm recovering, but can everybody see the screen?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. So just to start out, you've already previewed this, Heidi, but there is work to be done in the filling of the vacancy in the sheriff's office, and wanted to provide this opportunity to talk, or to provide an open discussion about what's next, what the options are, allow time to ask questions, and have an open discussion, since there are many avenues outside of the statutory requirements for completing this process. So just to start out, Joe Knoll, who is in the room there today, retired effective January 3rd, prior to the expiration of his term. So the elected office became vacant as of January 4th. So now the Board of County Commissioners are statutorily obligated to fill the vacancy within 60 days, and that deadline is March 4th. The additional point here is that this is a partisan office, so it's a slightly different procedure in a partisan office. We are providing this presentation again to talk about how that vacancy can be filled, and then really turn the floor over to you guys for a discussion about how you'd like it to be done. Just a couple of things. I'm going to briefly cover the procedures for filling the vacancy. A lot of these slides I'm not actually going to spend time on. It was more of just educational purposes of, outlining the RCWs, the qualifications and application materials for this procedure, procedures for vetting the candidates, and then evaluating and voting on the candidates. So to start out, as we talked about in the introduction, that this is a partisan office. It's a non-judicial office, so the procedures, the statutory procedures, are outlined in Article 2, Section 15 of the Washington State Constitution, and that dictates that the Board of County Commissioners will fill this vacancy from a list of 3 candidates eligible to hold office as nominated by the political party that former official belonged to. So that is the Jefferson County Democrats. The appointment shall be filled within 60 days. And I included a couple of additional items here just for information about kind of worst case scenario. If the commissioners are deadlocked and unable to select or agree on selecting a candidate, that the same 3 candidates from that list would be sent to the governor, and the governor would make a decision within 30 days of the commissioners being deadlocked. And that is 30 days from being deadlocked, not necessarily, doesn't have to be at the expiration of that 60 days. So once there is a deadlock, that can immediately be reported as the governor needing to be involved. So current status, as we indicated, retirement as of January 3rd, vacant office as of January 4th. The Jefferson County Democrats provided their list of 3 nominees as of February 1st. So those are in the hands of the commissioners. And I indicated a question mark between that and then the deadline as of March 4th, because that's why we're here today. What are we doing between that time? So additionally, these are just slides that talk about reasons for vacancy, partisan office, and then how an election would occur after the vacancy is filled. So those are in the packet for further information, but I don't intend to touch upon those too much today. I'd like to move into qualifications and application materials, and that's really where our discussion is going to start off. I included these slides here again because we all need to be aware of, the eligibility to hold office and what those requirements are. I don't intend to spend much time on this because, at least from what information I am aware of, all of our candidates are eligible to hold office. I included it as well, the general duties of the sheriff. This is from the statute itself. Again, a good reminder of what the role is that we are talking about filling here. So I can leave this up for a couple of minutes if you wanted to peruse it. But it's a lot of it is, what we expect out of this office, but it's a good reminder. Any questions so far? Okay. Additional statutory reference for qualifications, and this does come into play after the candidate is selected, which again, all of these candidates appear to have already met those requirements. So let's talk about, of course.
You can go on to the next one.
Okay. So I've just put kind of some talking points here. There's no specific order, which I've listed these. It's just as I've thought about them. So, if you want to take anything out of turn, this is really just to provide talking points for a discussion. So as I've talked about, the materials were received from the Jefferson County Democrats. And so there is a packet that has been created of materials. However, you are not limited to those materials. So this is a discussion about what you'd like to gather about these candidates, and then the process going forward. So whether you'd like to put together your own list of questions for these candidates, and then, based on that, are these questions that you'd like them to provide written responses to? Are these questions that you'd like to then utilize in an interview at some point? Do you only want to have one set of questions, or is there going to be, multiple sets, in different phases? Are there additional references or letters of recommendation that you'd like to gather? And how would you like to communicate ultimately what you decide you'd like to do for this process to the candidates? Do you want to prepare an application packet with instructions? I've had the opportunity to peruse some of the MRSP materials, and they have different jurisdictions examples of application materials that they've prepared. Some are very simple, some are a little more in depth. So you have really a lot of options before you to decide where you want to go with that. I did include in here a couple of reminders. Public Records Act, always there. So I wanted to remind everyone that any records that are created relating to filling this vacancy, including the names of applicants, application materials, are subject to public records disclosure. Well, in a normal employee vacancy, filling that vacancy through applications, that's not subject to disclosure. In an elected office, we're not looking at that same exemption. Additionally, that it doesn't just include application materials submitted by the applicants, but also any notes that you take as commissioners. So if you take notes while you're doing interviews, take notes in executive session, those are still subject to Public Records Act disclosure. So they have to put it in there because, that's our job. Sorry, we can go back real quick to this last slide. Oh, too far. I wanted to stop here and just provide an avenue for discussion. Any of these items that I've talked about today spark interest in discussing further?
In general.
On here that we should discuss. One is just, a list of the materials that we will request from the applicants, the candidates. And then also kind of a position description that we can give them with the required materials that we want. I think a written, well, I don't remember what you called it, but a written description of the position plus all of the materials we want. And I have a sense that it might be good to have our candidates have in-person interviews and then also respond to a few questions in writing. Just so, because a lot of times I know in my case, when I've applied for jobs in the past, I've felt like the questions that I was responding to in writing, I had, was quieter, I had more time to think, I could, so it provides an opportunity to see how people perform in both the in-person and then the written form. So I would like to see both of those, as part of our process. And I don't have predetermined questions already in mind, but I'm sure that there are some on MRSC or somewhere that we can, farm from.
And there should already be a job description written, I would imagine.
RCW, it's kind of presumptuous for
Yes.
us really to write a job description because they don't.
It's
We can't
governed by
require
law,
them to-
right?
It's governed by law,
Yeah.
they're, an appointed official, but they have
Right.
those duties, yeah, we couldn't write something in there that wasn't in the RCW.
I think we would just quote whatever it says in the RCW.
Yeah.
In the materials we create and then the timeline, of our process for folks.
And I think we got an email about Mark too, about doing interviews collectively in public session or individually, and I don't know if that is.
Yeah.
I said collectively in open session was my preference.
I don't have a big preference.
Yeah.
I think that that's fine. I'm sure that that's something that public would like to see as well.
I don't think you
Have an opportunity to, individual interview or sit with each of us.
Send it to the email on this.
Process that would be a written public interview.
Philip, you might want to mute.
Oh, yeah, we can hear something going on in your background probably, unless it's you, Melissa.
I think Philip's in the office today, so.
Yeah, I can mute him.
Probably him.
Maybe he's got us muted.
I do like your idea, Heidi, of some pre-prepared questions that they could answer, maybe written, a written response.
Yeah.
And then, that we don't circulate beforehand, but you want to see how folks are, off the cuff as well, right?
Yeah, yep.
So I think that's. I think that would be-
You also hit on a very important topic there with timeline as well. So this is also a good opportunity to talk about that timeline of when you'd like to submit or to gather this application packet with the items that we've just talked about, when that should be sent to the candidates, when you want their responses back, and then when to hold interviews. So that March 4th timeline is looming. So I don't know if we want to have that discussion now or later. I do have more material or more slides talking about the interviews, and we can break that down further since we've talked about different avenues to do interviews. But I always like to work backwards, but that's your call.
The requirements for the process to them by the end of the week. So that gives about 2 weeks, right?
Yep.
We have 3 more meetings before the deadline.
And we can hold a special meeting if needed.
Yeah, but I think giving folks some time, we're kind of getting up against that deadline.
Planning meetings, interviews on the 24th in the
Yeah,
afternoon or something.
interviews on the
We can
24th.
work backward from that too. So are we jumping the shark on your slides here, Melissa? Should we let Melissa go through her slides first?
Well, I heard Carolyn say the magic words, a special meeting. So that is one of my slides in here. So I felt that maybe we should move on to that. So we've covered, the written responses as an option, interviewing candidates, and, a reminder that any interviews that are done, before the panel must be done in open public meeting. And that it's up to, you as the commissioners, whether you want to ask the candidates to voluntarily leave the meeting or the room while the other candidates are being interviewed, but they cannot be required to. So, what procedure, what, request you want to make of the candidates, should that be your option? And, what order you want to do all of this in. I think, the logical order I've been hearing you guys discuss today is,
You're on, Phil.
Sorry, I froze. I kept talking and then I'm like, oh, wait, I'm frozen. Sorry. So I don't know if you want to have received back the written responses before you hold the public interviews. And And so I completely understand that you said by the end of the week, the application materials go out. But if you wanted to have the responses back before you hold the interviews, and then the magic words, a special meeting. So, we can use time in the regular agenda to hold those interviews. More questions raised of how long do you want these interviews to be? But some other items to keep in mind is that there is a requirement to have a public comment period before any action is taken. So, additional items of discussion. Do you want to hold the public comment period after the interviews or directly after the interviews? Did you want to hold them after each individual candidate or at the end of all the interviews? That, will add time on to that agenda. I've also been asked, are the interviews going to be conducted during a regular meeting or during a special meeting, maybe in the evening when more, people who would like to comment can attend. So these are all, interesting discussion topics, which I wanted to bring to your attention. Again, just posing those for your discussion, and we'll implement it in, whatever timeline based on what you'd like to do.
So one thing I'm unclear about, it says we're required to have 3 candidates. But I've heard that one of the candidates is not interested in accepting the nomination.
Well, he's accepted the nomination.
He accepted it?
Yeah, he did say that it wasn't a super high priority, but he'd be willing to take part in the process, and if you believe he's the most qualified.
Okay, so we do need time for 3 interviews.
Yeah, how much time, and then public comment.
So Carolyn just let me know. The reason I was asking that question actually is because Carolyn just let me know on the 24th from 2:30 to 4:30 is open in the afternoon.
We could do 2 to 4:30 as well. I mean, there's nothing scheduled right now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we certainly could do it during the regular meeting. Who are currently working in our sheriff's department, so, is it better for them to do it during their workday or to do it outside of their workday? Yeah, true, they might be on night shift, so yes, maybe we should talk to them about that date and.
Yeah, 24th in the afternoon.
Yeah, see if the 24th in the afternoon would work.
And like, who are the stakeholders that we want to hear from? Of course, we're gonna have public comment. I mean, something I think about, but I'm not sure about. It's a question for you, Melissa and Philip, as well as you guys. But the department is a big stakeholder in this too, right?
Right,
So
yeah.
do we jump into 360 evaluation, or how why do we want to cast the net in? Or obviously we've all been already receiving recommendations for several of the candidates, and
Encourage that, anybody in the community who wants to send letters of recommendation via email between now and when we make the decision, that's highly encouraged. We read every one of those and they will be considered as part of the packet for this person.
what do you think about staff?
Yeah, I mean, critical, do we just expect them to comment as members of the public, or is there a way for us to kind of collectively get their input or invite their input in a specific way?
Feels like those folks would want to not, I mean, they're gonna have to work for whoever gets appointed, right? So they're not gonna wanna,
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, we don't wanna put them in that position.
No.
Good point. Very good point. So.
Can I say anything?
Yeah, this might be a good time to share Bill's input about this, because how to engage.
I would
Love your thoughts on
When you
our
were talking
conversation
about-
so far.
When you were talking about from the deputies, let's say, I thought, yeah, that's a good idea, then when you mentioned they may not want to say anything, and you're exactly right. Well, if you got their input confidentially and didn't link. Right, well, if they're gonna, input with names. I mean, you know, one of it's the nature of working in a place like that where every 4 years your boss gets.
Yeah.
You may have a new boss, and I remember back in the day, I'd be like, I'm staying out of the office.
Mhm.
Because, you know, it does make it.
And at the same time, it's really impactful and critical
No, you're-
to
no,
know
you're exactly
what
right.
they think, right?
And,
It's kind of weird, we're making the decision and like not working in that department at all.
and the other thing I would say with what the age break and time and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. It feels like on this slide, it says public comment prior to any action taken. I think public comment after all the interviews makes sense to me.
Sure. I could see an argument for either way, but just public comment at all is.
And if we're locked into a 2 to 4:30 time frame, that's not gonna leave us. If we have a half an hour for each interview and then.
And then a half an hour for
And then
public
an
comment.
hour, then we would have an hour. If there were 3.
1.5
Deliberate as well.
plus an hour. Yeah, that actually.
Yeah, one of the reasons to have public comment after all the interviews is that Melissa said that we can't require 2 deputies that aren't being interviewed to leave. So they're gonna hear the interview questions, they're gonna hear the response of 1 or 2 deputies.
Right, so the first person to go is at a bit of a disadvantage.
Exactly, and the third person to go conversely has an advantage.
Mhm.
Go into it's like a mini election, that's what, a mini debate.
Yes, it is kind of like a mini debate.
But if they elect not to leave, that's a data point.
And then let me probably use slides to
Melissa, are you taking notes as we're talking?
I am.
Okay.
Yes. So I wanted to also add an additional point consideration. So we talked about the interviews being held on the 24th in that timeline, but then the evaluation and then ultimate appointment of a candidate, whether you wanted to do that day, because ultimately you are able to have deliberation in an executive session. So factoring in also time for an executive session, should you want to do it that day. But reminder that, no vote can be taken during that executive session, including narrowing down of the candidates. But you are able to have that executive session to have a more open discussion after those interviews and collection of materials.
Okay, so we could deliberate not on the 24th, we could.
I'll be gone on the 3rd.
Oh, yeah. Okay, but ideally, we could just do it on.
I can call it too, though.
Lovely to wrap up
It would
on the
be.
24th, half hours. With, if we just limit the number, 3 to 5 oral questions and 3 to 5 written questions, and we are all we know these folks well, so it's not like we're starting cold with everyone.
Right.
You limit the number of people that can speak.
In public comment?
You limit the time and.
You can limit the time. Like if there's 50 people in the room, we can say, okay, everyone's gonna get a minute,
Can I say 3?
Then we can recess it to a special meeting. There's not enough time.
Right. Which is another benefit of doing it the
I've already got
24th, to last time.
I've emailed the candidates, so hopefully. Is there any way to stay late? If we have the civil deputies doing it later, yes. So we could have a later meeting on the 24th to get ourselves a little more time. And that hasn't happened in my time here yet, but it feels like in this instance, we don't want to be compressed.
So you mean just kind of ask someone, make sure there's someone who can stay if we need to, because
Yeah.
maybe that we don't need
Because
to.
if we have 50 people who want to make a comment, we don't really want to have to limit. Or 30 people say, we don't want to have to limit them to a minute necessarily, we might have 2 minutes, so that would be an hour. Might approve the overtime.
Well, they might. That's where we come. strange, it's not like an election, right? I mean, it's like, what are the criteria that you guys think are important for making this decision? Because to me, it's not how many people are voting for this person, how many people are voting for this person. I mean, that's not what we're trying to set up, right?
But no, I'm just saying in terms of our process, we always allow everyone who wants to speak
Yeah,
their
To be
time.
heard.
yeah,
That's the only reason I'm saying that.
right. Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that, I'm just, I'm thinking through the process in my head and trying to understand it and figure out what the criteria are for this, 1 year appointment that goes into a special election.
8 months. Oh, yeah.
That's a really good
Yeah.
question.
Takes office in January.
Calendar
You're
here.
right. Almost a year.
Sure. I'm just holding time on my personal calendar,
Oh,
and that,
right.
just
Yeah.
to make
No,
sure,
that's good.
yeah, just in case we need it. Yeah, the criteria for what's included, I mean, I think MRSC does give us some guidance around that, and the RCW gives us some guidance around that, so that's what's gonna guide the questions that we ask, right? We're getting to. There are certain qualifications for this position, I mean, that's what the DEMS coordinating or central committee has supposed to have done, right? They're supposed to make sure that they're pushing forward 3 people who are qualified to do the job.
Mhm.
So I don't think that's as much what our process.
Right.
We're assuming that hopefully
Hopefully
that people.
We don't need to ask, what does the sheriff do?
Right.
That's,
With that question that you always got
Yeah.
while you were campaigning for commissioner.
Yeah.
So how do we wanna, we don't wanna spend all day on this, right? How do we want to? I feel like there are a couple of tasks here. There's materials that we're gonna ask candidates for. And I have a list of 6 things, items to be included in those materials. The interview process. And then kind of the actual day of interviews.
And then
You guys just want me to write up a description and work with Melissa and write up a description and the materials that we wanna see by the end of this week.
Do you feel like you wanna see, there, you have a list of 6?
Well, we want a letter and a resume and letters of recommendation. And their proof of the required training and
Their answers to the 3
questions and the written answers. And then a timeline, requirements of the job and a timeline for filling the position. Feel like 2 pages of what we're looking for. I'm happy to write that up.
I think that sounds good.
Okay.
Can I go back to our, how we're gonna do this a little bit, just to kind of, I guess, argue for the opposite of what we've already agreed to do, basically, a little bit. I mean, I just don't know that we wouldn't get a better, easier outcome if we each privately interviewed all 3 candidates and had open deliberation with public comment. So I just would like to talk through that a little bit. I mean, because we're not,
Well, that's what we talked about
that was like the.
a couple weeks ago. Like, how are we gonna do this? Can we interview them? It would feel like we would get more, more real answers if they weren't under the public eye.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
there's
ready.
the option to do both. Public interviews, but as well as meet individually. I think, we've already advised that there's no OPMA violation if it's individual meetings or meetings with individual commissioners, but. Mhm.
I feel like not having that dialogue in public and having the public be able to see the response here and witness the responses is
Transparent.
less
Feels a
transparent.
little bit cloaky.
Yeah, it does. It just feels strong. I mean, I would love to sit down and with each candidate to get to know them each
Which we
better.
could, go have coffee. I mean, nothing's
It's a
stopping
lot
any
for
of us.
them, it's 6 meetings for them, or actually, no, I guess it's 3 for each of them. And so it's a lot, but.
Okay.
9
You
meetings.
wanna talk through it? I'm not opposed to the, I can always reach out to them.
I feel like in this appointment, in this position, less of under the cloak of darkness is better.
I do too.
Good question, though. Sorry, little brother.
No, I mean, I'm just, I wasn't advocating for it, I'm just trying to figure out what's the information we think we're gonna get from a public interview. I don't wanna go into a, a mini election where we're doing a popularity contest. I don't think
Yeah,
that's the
that's
way
a
that
really
we
good
appoint
point.
the right person, that's not what our
Mhm,
job is
mhm.
here. So I am just trying to talk through the process, to figure
Mhm.
out how can we, because we don't have a ranking from the Dems, we have a list of 3, right? An alphabetical list. And the criteria for who would be the most appropriate interim sheriff for a year.
We're here
I
to
mean,
make
to
sure that the
me-
job gets done.
Yeah, I mean, like, for me, stability is a really important criteria, right? So that's, I don't know how to manifest that in an open, job interview processes, which is what we seem like we're setting up.
It's really tough. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I
for sure.
totally get it.
I mean, open, we can, as Melissa said, we can still go and have those conversations about our perceptions about effectively, maintaining the office for the year in an executive session and talk through our concerns or our pros and cons as we go. But again, cloak of darkness. So, I mean, it's just been, yeah, it's just weird. I haven't been in this position before, so I'm
Yeah.
glad for the opportunity to talk through it.
It feels like, I mean, I'm just trying to think of it, put myself into the shoes of a resident who's not sitting here. And not being able to get any sense, but the fact is they're not voting right now.
It seems like they are right now, actually.
Right, what you're saying, and what I'm hearing what you're saying, which is, it's actually not it's not the time for them to vote, that's a year from now.
Yes.
We need to make sure that we know enough about these candidates to be able to appoint the person who is gonna maintain continuity, do the best they can do for the county and for the county and for the staff, and to serve our residents to the best.
Yeah.
We think they can. So that does change my thinking process around whether or not the public needs to get to know these candidates as much as they will need to get to know them in order to know how to vote.
Right.
Because they are not voting. Right.
They're not voting.
Mhm.
And we're setting up, this,
Yeah. Can we get an input from the sheriff?
I was, an appointed sheriff one time, and I didn't know how it worked, but I'm morally in work spot, but I got a call from him saying, send me a resume, and, next day I got an email saying I was the appointed sheriff.
So we're
I mean,
creating a huge
process.
process.
Well, and I think part of that, the thing is, like I think you're hitting on is it's just to finish off.
It is
term,
this one
term
year.
Then there's an election, so. Not to. And the idea that, like you say, everyone, and anyway, I was just throwing that out there,
So it does create more work for them to have to meet with us individually.
So conversely, we create our little 2-page or 3-page position description, tell them what materials we want from them. Each of us meets with them individually. And then we have an executive session come out of it, executive session, deliberate and point. Is that?
We have to vote in public.
Is that kind of what you're doing?
I think we should definitely have a deliberation and an exec deliberation, or, a conversation. And yeah, that's another option. I think it would be, neither of them is gonna be a path, right? I mean, we have 3 qualified candidates,
Yep.
right? So I just, I don't know the right answer. It seems more like what we're actually being tasked to do than setting up,
Right,
let's.
yeah.
If we could just get 33,000 public comments, we'll really know what to do.
And I liked initially when I was thinking about this, I feel like I said it out loud on the dais at one point, is that we have time individually to sit with the candidates and just ask them, a few questions.
Right.
Cause I don't know all of them as well as each other. I mean, I have very different experiences with them, none negative, but
And so I think that, and I kind of like the idea of individual interviews with them.
I did a lot of hiring with King County and it was always required that we, set and ask the same questions for equity. So that might be an HR question as to whether or not we each, even in private interviews, need to ask the same questions. So I would want to know, the recommendation around that, and maybe Melissa, you have some thoughts about that, but.
Yeah, I've not come across that requirement so far in my dealings with the statutes and that kind of thing. I have to look at our employee personnel manual closer. I assume that sorry.
Yeah,
They add one more thing, though, and hopefully the last thing. When I talked about how I became the appointed chair.
Yeah.
Back then I was clueless on like political stuff.
Sure.
So I don't know what could have happened.
What happened
here.
actually here? Yeah, I'm sure that. They had
So
to-
I mean, yeah, my thought wasn't that Philip Morley decided, my thought was the commissioners.
Right, voted and.
Sorry, Melissa, you froze for a minute. So
I did. It's okay. You filled the gap. Thank you. Yeah, my assumption is that this is a unique situation, different from our other interviews with employees in the county because it is an elected office. But I will definitely look into make sure that there's no specific requirements for which, if there's a requirement that there be the same series of questions asked.
I've only kind of skimmed the materials from the Dems. Have you guys looked at them in detail?
Started to, just mostly, I think, qualified as skimming at this point as well.
Okay, but the kind of interview questions that we put together as well, right? For the business process.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I could come back and make the argument for public interviews now. How many times can we seesaw back and forth?
I mean, the fact is, we want to make a process that gets done efficiently and that gives us the information that we need, right? And I think it could actually go either way.
I'm in.
So from Melissa's earlier slide, and Carolyn remembered this too, if interviewing the candidates, the interviews must take place in an open public meeting.
That seems to answer the question. Melissa, is that?
That's in your slide.
Yeah, I can go back to that slide. So I did not include a citation here, but if I recall correctly, I believe that's in reference to OPMA with all commissioners present, but I can go back and double check that as well.
So basically, if all three,
Yeah.
then it's an open public meeting, and yes, because we're all there. But if we interview them separately, it wouldn't be.
I mean, what are the other, like, I've mentioned one criteria that's important to me, which is stability of the office. I mean, what are other criteria that are important to you? And maybe we can think about those criteria and see which of these very distinct processes would fit those criteria better.
I want to say something like integrity and making sure that we sort of have all the evidence that this is a person who acts in full integrity and with the best interests of the department, equitably. And so that's how to capture that in some questions is much more complex than that, but that's one of the requirements in my mind.
I mean, to me, I know all three of these officers and I think that they are.
Yeah, and I don't. So that is different. Yeah, I don't know all three of them. I do know two of them.
I think that the sense, some representation of a sense that the community has faith that they have the ability to keep the peace, leadership.
That's the other
community trust.
Leadership, yeah.
I mean, that's sort of like integrity, but it's different. It's more about community.
And that's where, the public comment is gonna certainly tell us some of that, but it's also gonna only tell it from one side in any given comment.
Yeah.
Those do seem like kind of the three main areas of.
I don't even like even, what's your 5-year plan or how important is accreditation? No, it's really, we've got a year.
Yeah,
that
we've
we're
got a
talking
year to
about.
fill. Yeah, stability, integrity, trust of the community. And the department.
And like, that may be a question about their priority, you know, what are your top 3 to 5 priorities?
I mean, maybe, like, one of them was pretty clear that they weren't probably going to run again, and that, you know.
Right,
is-
but
That's an
speaks
important
to
data point as well,
continuity, right,
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think my reading of the interviews would try to maintain that continuity.
Absolutely, kind of falls into the stability category.
Okay, so it feels like we are gonna get the materials to the candidates by the 14th with questions. We're gonna ask for them back by the end of next week, the 21st.
Yeah.
But that's for an interview process, right? And what materials do you need? Like, let's look at the interview questions that were asked already.
I mean,
And
for
then
our,
we would
for
do
our
interviews.
process, the calendar of the process we're running and trying to develop.
Because
That's
if I
what
tell
I'm
you, we're all gonna try to interview them the week of the 24th, is that?
Well, we're either going to interview them on the 24th publicly,
Mhm.
or we're going to have
Individual.
individual interviews with them on that week of the
Mhm.
24th.
Um,
That feels like the decision to me, is do we want to interview them individually, or do we want to interview them publicly as a group?
Yeah, I think that's why I go back to the public interviews, that it's actually gonna be less work for them. They just have to show up the one time and they don't have to meet with all 3 of us each, you know.
that's for sure.
So I don't know,
Well-
it just seems more efficient to me, but.
And
I'm-
if we do get to the 24th and you have your, public interviews and you feel like you need more information, you have built in a buffer there prior to the deadline in case you needed to, or you felt you needed more materials or more just wanted to meet individually with the candidates before the appointment.
I mean,
What are you doing, Greg? You just reviewing the materials you received from the Democrats?
yeah, I mean, just running the same process again seems duplicative, I don't know. I mean, we're talking about more work. I think at this point, building on what they've done. Individual interviews, deliberation with a robust public comment, and no more questions. Do we need to do more questions? I guess that's my. Like, we know what, I think we've identified criteria that are important. I mean, I think building a process just for building a process, like, is it gonna inform your
I'm not
decision?
trying to build a process. I just want to be clear when I communicate to them, this is what we
Right.
need from you. I'm not trying to build a big process.
Okay, well, I guess
I'm just trying to capture what we decided on together.
we're doing something on the 24th. I think we decided that.
Yeah.
I guess, I would, make the argument that if all of us took the time to sit down for a cup of coffee with each of the applicants, that would be enough background for me, and I'll take the time to really review this, comment we get, additional public comment. I mean, we've got a resume and everything, and here, we don't need another resume. I mean, that's
Okay,
just-
so we don't need more materials.
I don't think we need more materials.
Are there any questions that we want to ask them to write answers to? Or did they already do that?
They're writing
They've written their letters.
a letter, and they've got a.
So are there any questions that you would want a written answer to?
I'm comfortable with the interview questions,
Okay.
asking the questions in person, and whether we do that one-on-one with them. I would, if we're only gonna have the private interviews, I would like to come to some agreement about what sort of the nature of the sort of core questions, so that we at least hit those areas and kind of are comparing apples to apples when we deliberate.
From an HR standpoint, when we did the county administrator interviews, all applicants had to have the same questions. Couldn't go off on your own and ask different questions.
Melissa's saying this is different. This
Is
is-
it gonna be? different?
Yeah, that's
This-
why I was asking that question, because that's my experience
Right.
is hiring within a staff context.
It feels like it would be helpful for me to have a list of 3 to 5 questions.
for the conversation, so that I can come back and report back to you.
That would make me comfortable, just
I would
knowing that
say-
we're all kind of.
Manifesting those criteria that we talked about into questions. How are you gonna maintain stability in the department? How are you gonna maintain and build trust in the community?
With integrity.
And integrity and
Yeah.
kind of,
And what are your top 3 to 5 priorities in this
Yeah.
time as sheriff? And I think I would tell
Sure.
you how they think a little bit.
Yeah. and then we
I'm
can
fine with that setting.
riff on those in conversation.
And so we would each take those kind of into a private conversation with each other?
Fine with that. I wish I knew what they preferred in terms of coming and doing interviews, you know.
Right, but I did already send the question out, if they were available on the 24th at around 2 p.m. So if they write back and say that time works for them, you could maybe recess or
Do it.
have interviews individually. And come back for exec session.
Oh, we could just do our little like rotate. There's 3 of us, there's 3 of them. We could do it in 3, you know, just.
Yeah, sure, we
Yeah.
could do that.
And then,
Yeah.
exec
Speed
session.
dating.
Yeah, I was gonna say that we used to call it speed dating practice in law school.
We're a process where the public has more responsibility to make a decision. I think as a member of the public, I'd be annoyed that it wasn't being made public. But I think we made a good case, but that's not what this is about.
Submit their materials to us. I don't wanna just rely on a forwarded thing from the Democrats.
Okay, what material do you want? You want a resume?
I want a letter, a resume, and they can send us the same one, but I want them sent to us. Letter, resume, letters of recommendation, proof of training. That's it.
For proof of training, what would you consider?
Whatever it was that it said in the
Like-
slideshow
To
that
me,
they,
it sounds like it would be the certificate that shows you must be.
yeah,
It was the basic law enforcement training.
I would wanna see that. I know, but I just. Shows the ability to organize, process, communicate. All right, and it'll be a star for them, yes. I don't feel like it's creating I just want them to, because I don't know if what they submitted to the Democrats, something may have changed in the intervening month or 2, you know, I mean.
Okay.
So I just don't feel like that's just, taking someone else's materials and going, okay, this is good enough, doesn't feel good enough to me.
All right. So we're gonna see if they're available for a bit of a speed dating interview process on February 24th and have submitted the materials prior to that.
Speed dating, I love it.
Then, reaching out to them before, either Melissa or myself.
You and I can do it, Carolyn. We can handle it.
Yeah.
I'll get these materials together by the end of tomorrow, then we can get them to them. A little 1-pager, 2-pager, this is what we'd like to see. And then,
Carolyn, run it by us to make sure we
yeah,
think it captures those criteria. That sounds pretty easy.
okay.
We
Do it.
Did it. That's good. Good work.
I love speed dating.
Thank you for showing up today. Sheriff Noel, helpful to have you here.
I wasn't sure what. Responsibility for.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, dropping this on out.
Yeah, it's all on you.
So what are you gonna be doing for the next year while you're?
But I'm sure you're thinking this, but, and I didn't bring it up, but, disorders or something, being able to defend.
A process.
Fair process. I think that's important. That's something I learned along my way.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah,
You think everything is totally fine, that's like.
right. There's just so many sides to hear from and making sure that you've done all the due diligence to hear as much.
But I mean, it sounds to me like you're.
Be organized, and thank you, Phil, for riding along on this journey with us.
We will. Thank you for engaging in the conversation. It's very helpful for us. It's hard to know what interests you guys have and what questions until we have this discussion.
Just so I have it as I'm putting that little description together.
Yep, that's what I've written down. Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe.
I was almost done. Let's see if I can just wrap it up fast.
We should talk about more KPTD schedules too, when they make
Yes.
specific requests about March 7th.
Let me know if there's something I can do.
You're still dressing like a sheriff's deputy, more Hawaiian shirts?
This is my Jefferson County manager.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, I'm sure the folks on the good folks on the Jefferson County Fair Association board want to hear me say I was at their board meeting on the 13th in the evening, a meeting with Wendy Bart on the 14th, and also a meeting with Vice Chairwoman Lonnie Greninger got moved from last week to this week, so I'm gonna get to my meeting with her on Friday. Before we, I would love to just because I will then be meeting with Congresswoman Randall.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that it doesn't have to be today, but if we can powwow about any additional projects that we should present, that I would present to her on that day. She's going to be with us for 90 minutes, so I can tour her around. So let's talk about it's going to look like and how to best prepare me to advocate. I mean, just initially, I would love to hear from her she's boots on the ground and see, she knows more than we do about, funding that's threatened. I have a list that's growing, but. Yeah, so an update on anything she knows about threatened funding.
Yeah. And how does she want us to communicate with her as we hear from people about their concerns?
Okay.
Is there, I feel like we could be sending her 3 things a day at
Yeah.
this point. But that might just feel like noise at some point.
Okay, I can get that.
Give her props for her inclusive bathroom,
All right, I'm sure.
I saw a picture of her getting
the chick.
the chick painting and she
Yeah.
had the dog in her arms and I'm like.
All right, that's my week.
Okay. My week, tomorrow I'm going to go to a meeting with DNR and get some early feedback on their review of our community wildfire defense grant. With Mallory, and I'm assuming maybe Mark's gonna be on that too, I don't know. You're gonna be on that DNR call tomorrow?
Yes,
Okay,
with Stephanie.
no.
Oh, no, with the feedback on the grant.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Let's see. And then the afternoon. Another Ho Road conversation, this time it's with Stephanie. And then.
Are you talking about her specifically about just preparing her for what she needs to lobby for?
Funding for what roads on the west end.
Right.
Is what we're talking about.
Yes, I understand that. Is it you telling her, preparing her with additional information so she can go lobby, or her filling you in on things that she might know about?
The latest I got from Eric, which was an email I got on Friday. And then anything she's heard, because she's been talking with some of the governor's staff
She may
about.
have gotten some.
Yeah,
input.
so
Okay,
we're just kind
great.
of
That's cool.
comparing notes. Then I'll go to that Glen Cove expansion meeting. And then I have a community foundation board meeting. Late afternoon. On Wednesday morning, I'm going to the realtors for Hubbuck sewer convening they're doing. And then we are having, at noon, we're having a drainage district check-in Chemical Drainage District check-in, we're ready to send our survey out finally.
Cool.
Which I feel like this has been the most slow played project in my time as a commissioner, but.
I mean, it has been even slower even
Right.
before you were
Yeah.
a commissioner.
Yeah, so we're still moving forward with that, and I, you know, reviewing the survey last week, I feel like it's gonna go via postcard to all the residents of the Chemical Drainage District. There are about 400 of them. With a link to the survey, because we don't have email addresses for all 400 of those folks, but we do have mailing addresses, so we'll get maybe 10%, maybe we'll get 40 or 50, I mean,
Yeah.
realistically,
Statistically, yeah.
but I think it'll be good information just to hear, do you even know about the drainage
You know that
district?
you're in a
You know,
drainage
right,
district.
right, and so there's some basic questions, and then there's some, if people are ag producers, you know, questions that really get at kind of some of the details of water in the drainage district. So let's see. Then we have a strategic plan implementation standing meeting on Wednesday at 2. I haven't been to one of those for a little while, Mark. I love it how you don't listen to what we're talking about. Okay, so are we still working on a strategic plan, Mark?
Yes.
Okay, so are we still doing these implementation planning
We
team
are.
meetings?
Yeah, you
Okay,
missed one.
I know. Okay. So, I'll go to that. I may attend the Grange meeting on Wednesday night. It's not clear yet. That's gonna happen. I am going to a forum for Habitat for Humanity on Thursday midday that they asked me to participate in, mostly focused on housing. Mason Street project. I will hopefully attend a portion of the Public Land Steering Committee, the NACO Public Land Steering Committee. After that, and then I have the Clean Water District Advisory Council meeting. Friday, I'm going to be out, but I will call in for my legislative session update on midday on Friday. I'm going to Walla Walla with Ike to deliver all the sculptures for the Judy show. So that's my week in a nutshell, and I will work on this sheriff's outreach packet, what we're gonna send our 3 candidates. I can do that tomorrow. Yep, I'll do that. So I'll have that done by the end of tomorrow. Carolyn. Like lately, with being sick and the pace of things have been a little nutty.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry if I feel like I'm being short all the time. In a hurry, but anyway.
I just thought that was how the job was.
Seems like it's.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't
for
think
the
it was
weekend,
you.
weekend, Yeah.
Yeah, it was the last week was really hard for me.
Yeah, that's gotta be hard to be sick. I'm trying to fight it off myself.
Yeah, good job.
Feeling a little.
And then I think going
Thank you.
forward, if there's anything on the calendar that anyone needs coverage for, let's not forget to let people know in advance. And I did let Heather know about April 2nd. I'll need coverage for
Yep.
LSC.
I'm there.
Great. Yeah, so that's my week in a nutshell.
Is that the agenda?
We've got to talk KPTV a little bit.
All right.
I do have Heidi last week. I'm on the 14th with Scott Mock. Right now I have Heidi on the 21st with Richard Davies potentially talking about public defense legislation.
That might be different now,
Okay, that's
but I'm on the 21st. I've
okay.
got the
And we have Heather on the 28th.
With
and
Scott Chapman.
oh, great.
request for a TV show.
Stacy. Rita. And the 17th was Judy. Making my way through all the money first.
All right.
In my County 101 tour.
I would naturally be on March 7th. And
A great topic for that one is, wait, we have some, oh, that's the one where they want us to,
Oh, right, that's me naturally, and I can do it. That's the fundraising one?
that's also the kickoff day of the connectivity fair.
Oh, yeah.
So it'd be good to do something bubbly about that.
Connectivity fair. All right, I will do connectivity fair and let Jim, Simon, oh,
Sorry,
Jim, yeah, no,
Simon.
she made me write it. Simon.
I gotta change it in my.
Okay, and then I will let Jim know that I'm on the 7th and we'll tie in with their big break too. The 14th would naturally, on the latest iteration, be Heidi.
Got it, fine.
And then
Oh, actually, can I take the 14th and you do the 21st? Because I have the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary SAC meeting on the 21st.
how's that work for you, Heidi?
What's this on my
Can you do
calendar?
my birthday?
Oh, good. Yeah,
21st?
yeah,
Alright,
I
so-
got it.
Heather on the 14th, Heidi. I can do the 28th, no problem. Greg, and then. Yeah,
Be back on the 4th.
yeah,
April 4th.
yep,
Yeah.
we're good. There, and then Heidi, the 11th of April.
Let me look, wait, I gotta get back there. Fine,
Alright,
fine. I've got the 4th too.
uh,
Why do I have?
no,
I
you've
didn't get
got,
it off my calendar. I'm sorry, I have them all on my calendar, so I take them off, but
Oh,
not
gotcha.
showing up.
so we have Heidi on the 21st of March,
Okay, I got it now.
and the 21st of February. And then we'll have you back on the 11th of April. And then I would be the 18th. April, that's not a problem.
25th, we're supposed to be doing, administrator interviews, but, we can just ask to not have, it only goes until noon, that's in the break, so I can do the 25th.
Okay.
Did we skip over, was it March 7th that we're not supposed to do, is that?
I thought we were supposed to. Let's go
No,
back
they
up.
want us to do something, but it's when they're doing their big fundraising.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, okay.
So what is it, April 25th is me?
April 25th is
Me.
Heather,
Oh,
and that,
okay.
and then May 2nd.
I mean, can I do the 9th, because again, the 16th is Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary.
So do you need me to do the 2nd? Is that what you just?
No.
Okay, great.
Or to Greg. And 5.
9 would be me again.
Heather.
May 16th, Heidi, does that work for you?
Mhm. And then
That, you can always check that on my P drive.
I just like to have my calendar too. Okay. Okay.
As far as we're going right
Yeah.
First, I was gonna do some.
That's live, yeah. We've already in February.
Maybe it is.
Else on the agenda that we're supposed to address?
I think that was it, all mine are checked off.
Okay.
Date already.
So we have additional discussion items. We did legislative update earlier. We did KPTZ. Anything else? Any additional discussion items?
Not that I can think of. But
I remember us getting here when Kate was up here on the dais with us, and we'd be like, you just sit here and stare at each other
Yeah.
for a minute, like,
Yeah.
something I wanted to tell you.
I mean, I think we do need to continue, it doesn't need to be today, but just to be pretty strategic and aligned about how we use the 90 minutes with Congressman, Randall. So let's just talk more about that.
Totally.
Whether we should take her out to Chimkin Creek Elementary and see that site, or,
Yeah, but that's probably premature, I think more, getting at the sewer.
sewer, that's a good idea.
No roads, we expand that as well.
Because it's right there.
roundabout kind of area, and then her point of coming is to see the site of the early childhood development center.
Okay.
So that's where we'll start, yeah.
Yeah.
Early childhood development, road and sewer, so I can learn how best to represent those things. If you want anyone we were just saying we're not gonna include that project so much.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right. Mill Road.
You wanna do the sewer, you
Oh,
could
yeah, you could do it.
do it right there.
Yeah.
It's just an
Oh,
exciting
that is an
spot.
exciting
Yeah, okay, sewer, but meet at the, and, kind of talk about everything that's happening around there.
That's where the first bit of the sewer went in, actually.
Habitat, and potentially, the
All the stuff-
possibilities
all the
that
stuff
we
that's
acquired.
happening. And it'd be good to have her briefed on all that stuff because, that's the future. That's what we're working on for the future and
Okay.
she's our future.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll talk more about who I can do all the research and get the right people to the table. Great. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Carolyn,
Nope,
anything for you?
I'm good.
No, upcoming county clerk conference, that's in May though, but I was just thinking like, I don't know.
I love
Anyways,
you, Chair.
I love going to I love learning about what our people are learning.
Conference is different than the other one that the other gals go to. It's more specifically designed around county issues, so I get a lot out of it, and it's only 1 or 2 days. Versus the week-long one that Adil and Wendy are gonna go to, that's in March, and it's a lot of city, mostly city and county clerks, but mostly city across Washington.
Nice.
Anything from you, Ruth?
No.
Okay. Well, then I will adjourn this February 10th, 2025 meeting of the Jefferson. County Board of Commissioners. See you guys.
Thank you very much.